Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Tabletop Notch. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We're going to be diving into Chapter 38 of A Peek Beneath the Veil. Jordan, did you want to say a little something about the guest book that is forthcoming?
It is forthcoming. We have it made and then we forgot to do it. It's good, but it's made. So for our guest book, for anybody who's put an entry into our guest book, you know who you are. We're doing these adorable little stamps that go next to your name that mark like how many bits you've had, if it's like at a certain threshold, and also how many months you've subbed. One, since you're not going to see it tonight, one's a stamp of a little Myconid holding a sign with the number on it for how many times you've subbed. Wow. Things like that. Also, if you don't know what the guest book is, or you know that you qualify and you have yet to send us a message to put into it, please look into it. There's a tile down at the bottom of the screen that says all of the stuff about it.
Yeah, please do. Check it out. Great, yeah, so we just wanted to give a little sort of acknowledgement of people who have sort of subbed every month, and we want to appreciate that.
Because we've hit 6 months of it.
I know.
Crazy town.
Wow.
6 months of subs.
Yes.
Yeah.
1 year
In
anniversary's
addition to
coming
it.
up.
Yeah, 1 year anniversary.
And I finally figured out how to do it for free instead of paying.
We've all hit our milestones here at Tabletop.
I've just been paying to watch myself the whole time.
A couple extra bucks for old Jeff Beezaura.
Yeah. He doesn't. Yeah. No comment.
He's more, I guess, rerouting bucks from Jeff Bezos,
Yeah.
really. Yeah.
He just likes to shuffle his money around. All right, we're gonna dive in. Any other thoughts? Sorry, before.
Happy March.
Yeah, rabbit. It's just, you say it on the 1st of every month for good luck.
Well, now we all have good luck.
Good luck.
We don't all have to say it, do we?
We say Elder.
We all have to say it.
I like that.
Elder. That's hard to say.
It is, yeah. It doesn't really roll off the
And while we try to do that for the next couple of minutes, let's roll that intro. In Chapter 37, See for Yourself. Erland laid eyes on the harvesting yard for the first time, as Orba kept careful watch on the supervisor's whereabouts. The scouting information we'd received prior to our arrival proved to be mostly reliable when it came to the general layout of the camp, but it was the details that would determine our success after nightfall as we attempted to breach the interior. As many a note was being taken in the operations depot, Jillian and Graven were prepping for a less visible way to get to the other side of the waterfall after the party had reunited at sundown. Her plan involved sneaking into the depot's cellar to pilfer a number of lengths of rope, which we would use to tie between the beams underneath the catwalk and create a safe means of wading through the rushing water. After making sure their lookouts had hunkered down on the top floor, they temporarily deposited their belongings that might weigh them down and set out to work. Beezaura and Safira were returning from the cave with the stashed goods, and opted to take a moment to watch what was happening along the shoreline with the wagon and the strange machinery. And just as it seemed the workers were finishing up what they were doing, a trio of black-blind barbarians rode up in haste to request immediate assistance, as it seemed their people had been attacked in another area of the Shaki Mountains. They received no such help, and spurned and infuriated, they headed in the other direction toward the camp. As they neared where Safira and Beezaura were hiding, the lead barbarian, who had the look of a necromancer about her, sensed the presence of the recently slain bear, and stopped to perform a ritual to reanimate its corpse. The spirit of the bear would not go quietly, however, and it fled to seek Safira's protection before submitting to the inevitability of conflict. There was a brief moment of disagreement over whether to intervene when they'd not yet been detected, but Safira couldn't turn her back on the spirit, and she leapt into the fray. As Beezaura absorbed the many blows raining down from the undead creature and the Black Lion soldiers, Safira picked off enemies from a distance, and when the fight was won, the spirit expressed its gratitude by allowing its essence to be absorbed into the bow that now seemed to have more than just wolf tricks up its sleeve.
Wow.
After a brief detour to poke around where the laborers had been pumping and cranking, we figured it was time to make our way back up to the meeting spot. Over the course of the day, Erland and Orba had gotten a good look at some of the comings and goings of the harvesting yard. Guards changing shifts, carriages arriving to load and unload goods, and a system of signals utilized by the sentry towers to check in on each other. Still, there was much about what was going on inside that was impossible to discern from up here, a problem that Jillian and Graven were making good progress towards solving, until a number of waterborne snakes felt they had encroached on their comfortable riverbank habitat. Would the scouting information we'd acquired allow us to identify a weakness in the camp's security? Would Beezaura and Safira make it to the checkpoint without getting into another fight? And was it time for Graven to throw decades of hunting strategy and experience out the window to just punch a few snakes in the face instead?
Punch him in the face.
That'd be great.
Right in the face.
We find out now
That he needed to
on
do.
Chapter 38, The Peak Beneath the Veil.
Sounds kind of watery to me.
With a demoralizing, minuscule splash, Jillian's dagger disappears underneath the rushing water and is immediately replaced by a swirling ripple that rises to the surface to reveal another snake. Bluish silver scales with black bands and a sub-cylindrical body that's taller than it is wide to allow for impressive aquatic maneuverability. You take a small step back to extricate yourself from with striking distance, but what seemed like solid footing then wriggles out from underneath your heel, and you feel it slip cold and smooth up your ankle and your calf. Jillian has unsheathed another blade, barely larger than the dagger she just tossed you, and she cocks her right arm back in anticipation as she uses the other to brace herself against the previous beam. Be careful about using your spells, Graven. Don't draw too much attention. And she, with that, takes a strike down at the snake below her. I believe we have initiative trackers somewhere.
I did roll it.
16.
Yes, I think she has that on there.
Oh, wow.
I remembered. I don't think I got Jillian or snakes, though.
Yes, and there's
The
two
snakes
snakes.
there's two different snakes.
For the ease, well, let's call them big snakes and little snakes.
Oh.
You know, I
not
like
sure
my
what
descriptive.
Mommy
Yeah.
snakes and baby snakes.
We'll do Jillian first. 17 for Jillian. 17 for Jillian.
17 for Jillian. Nice work, lady. Okay, continue.
Small snakes 14
Okay.
and big snakes 6.
Oh, something rolled better than me? Oh, Jillian.
Jillian. So while she's doing that, a couple things about underwater combat that we need to go over.
Oh, wow.
First of all, swimming is considered difficult terrain, as is wading through the water as well. For visual purposes, which we will bring up,
Wow.
for visual purposes, this looks like it's, 15, 20 feet deep.
Right.
That's not actually that deep. It's just so we can kind of see down below the water. Surface of the water, riverbed.
So cool.
So the water is only like just maybe 8 feet. So you can kind of hold your breath and push yourself under the water and fight underwater if you want to. Or you can kind of hang up at the surface. It's just difficult to see down into the water unless the snake is also right at the surface. Because the water is kind of moving and rushing. All weapons have disadvantage except for slashing and stabbing weapons, including daggers, javelins, short swords, spears. So using your fist underwater, you can use it on the surface without advantage, but any underwater punching, that's all with disadvantage.
Okay. Boy.
You take half damage from fire. Other things take half damage from fire if they're fully immersed in water. You can hold your breath for 1 plus your Constitution modifier minutes, which is quite a long time in combat. So that probably won't come into play. However, if you get hit while you're holding your breath, you have to make a Constitution save as if you're concentrating to maintain control of your breath.
That's fun.
You
gulp a bunch of water.
You can cast spells normally if you can breathe underwater. If you can't, if you're holding your breath, you can cast 1 spell with a verbal component, but you immediately start sort of suffocating because you inhale water as you go to cast the spell.
Okay.
You don't immediately pass out, but you have to get up to the surface very quickly after doing so. I think that's all the thing. Also, just one thing to this combat, you and Jillian currently have a rope tied between you at the waist. So the two of you can't get more than 25 feet away from each other unless without you pull each other. Or cut it, yes. Or you kind of yank the other person along with you. So, that's what we've got.
So one last thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
So speed is halved, pretty much, throughout.
Yes.
The motion of going, I'm going to look underwater, would that be like a 5?
We'll call that, because it would be 5 feet down, we'll call that 10, because with the difficult movement. So if you need, you're saying to go down and get the dagger?
Something like that.
Yeah, if you needed to...
Or to go and look and make a
Yes,
swipe.
if you needed to push down to get the dagger at the bottom, we'll call that 10 feet of movement to kind of shove yourself down and swim.
And just in relationship to where this is to Orba and Erland, is Orba looking down on this?
No, first of all, she's watching the staircase.
Yes.
Oh, the staircase.
Yeah, and also, even if you looked out, unless you saw some splashing out the sides, she wouldn't really see this.
Okay, so subsequently the supervisor would not be able to see
No,
this.
unless they, like Jillian said, be careful about casting. Unless they made some kind of very obvious visual effect, it would be difficult to see them.
2 more.
Anything else? Yes. Hit me with them. What else we got?
Damn it, what was the second one? Sacred Flame.
Yes.
The nature of that spell is light.
It calls down light from above. That's
From
probably
above,
one you
okay.
don't want to use.
Okay, it is.
That's
from
kind
above.
of exactly what she had in
It's
mind.
not like I can go underwater and be like, pew.
Yeah.
it's
it
very
calls
much
down,
like
yes, like that's because
Got it.
I think that spell is not affected by cover.
right.
Because it comes down from above. Yeah. This is
Okay.
some other thing.
And then, damn it, I had one other thing and I can't remember what it was. Sure, it'll come up. Oh, no. What are all those? They look different, but it's just 2 bigs and 3 littles.
Yes, because
Okay.
you don't know what kind of snakes they are. Yes, we're calling them 2 big, but the 2 big ones look relatively the same. The 3 little ones look relatively the same.
Got it.
Are we all set?
I'm ready to watch
boy.
this.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting back.
all set?
I'm ready.
So after
for
watching the
sexual-
dagger sort of bloop, plop into the water, Julian sees Graven kind of searching around for it, and she's just and she pushes herself underneath, and she's gonna move, and she's gonna take a swipe at this large snake here. 14 to hit. That hits.
Hooray.
Good start.
Ooh, max, nice. 8 damage on the big snake.
What would a plus on a dagger be?
It's your strength modifier, or I think it's finesse, so I think it's either strength or dex. Plus 2. Because you're proficient with a dagger.
Oh, 2 and my strength.
So to hit, it's going to be a d20 roll,
Yeah.
plus your strength,
Yeah.
plus 2.
Yeah. All right. I want that dagger.
And the damage is 1d4 plus either your strength or dexterity, whichever's higher.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
If I get it.
Yes. So Julian takes a swipe, and she cuts it, and you see like a little bit of flurry of activity right above the water, and then you see Julian come back above the water, pushing herself back up. She's gonna risk the attack of opportunity, so she's not underwater. That hits. So the snake goes out for a snapping bite. Let me make sure I have the right snake here. There we go. Filthy snake. Oh, Constitution saving throw, that's what she makes. Which she passes. Nice.
Yay,
So she
Julian.
takes some poison. She takes half poison damage.
Oh boy.
1,
Poisonous
2,
snakes.
3. Okay, she only takes 2 poison damage. Great. So you can see her come out of the water, and as soon as she bursts through the water, you can see her kind of like, ow! And she clearly like gets bit down on her ankle or something. All right, Graven, you're up.
Graven.
Yep. I'm gonna look for the dumb dagger. Dumb idiot.
Pushing yourself down. So you push yourself down. Give me a perception check.
Yep. That's the favorite. 13.
13. Okay, you go down, and it's whoa! Now you're sliding.
Oh god.
No.
I'm very
There we go.
sure-footed.
So you go down, and it looks like it dropped like it tumbled a little bit along the rocks, but it's pretty close. You can reach out and grab it. You did provoke an opportunity attack from that larger snake above you.
Yes.
Which was the snake that Graven already punched in the face?
The one that
This
is
is the large
attacking
snake,
now.
right?
Yep.
He's mad.
17 to hit.
Hits.
1d6. You take 4 piercing damage.
Okay.
Okay. So you picked up the so
Oh, I got
yourself
it.
down. Yep, you grab it. Yep.
Hey!
So but now you
Good for me.
You pick it up and you
Small victories.
look to your left and right, and you're surrounded by 2 snakes there in the water that are kind of swirling in the
I'm
water.
gonna go for that same one that I've already punched.
That one is kind of up above. You might need to
above.
break the
Okay.
surface because now that one's above the surface, so you can't really see it kind of coming up from underneath.
Okay, I'm gonna go for the one that I think just bit Jillian.
Okay, great. This bigger one here. Great. Make it-
A 10.
10. You miss.
Oh!
So you pick it up and you sort of swing your arm around, and the dagger's a little too short, and the snake kind of swirls away out in the water.
I'm gonna stay down here.
Okay.
I don't feel like getting double bit.
Great. So you are holding your breath.
Yes.
Great.
So,
All right, after
first 6 seconds of that? I
Yes,
guess?
you have. Time's not going to be an issue. What's going to be an issue is if things attack you,
Oh, right.
you might lose your breath as you're getting hit by things.
Sorry, so if I lose the Constitution and it's not my turn to go up.
On your next turn, you have a couple turns to get to air
Okay,
before you
okay.
drown or pass out. Yes.
Got it.
Don't drown.
after Graven, it's small snackos.
Small snakes. Great. So that first small snake is just going to take a bite at Graven.
Small bite, right?
Yeah, that's a small one.
He actually hasn't had his teeth grinding.
Natural one. So that one kind of goes down, sort of
Pull
latches
away.
out,
Yeah.
dodge out of the way. The big one's gonna do the same thing. Graven, 5 to hit. Okay. So Graven kind of pushes back and forth through the water.
I'm too thick for these snakes.
And this one's gonna go along the surface. And he's going to try and constrict Jillian. So he kind of just goes up her arm, and
shit.
she tries to like go around her waist and pull her down. That's a hit.
God, guys.
8. She takes 5 bludgeoning damage. So the snake, it wraps around her torso, and she's trying to like pull it off, but it's like pulling her down into the water. She is restrained.
Shit.
Okay.
This is the big snake's turn?
That's that big snake.
Okay.
I did the other one. That one already attacked. And it's little... Oh, wait, I should have done a little... I guess they're back to back. It doesn't matter. So these little snakes. This one's going to come around. It's swimming in the water. It's going to come around here and attack Graven as well. This one's going to make its way to Jillian.
I want to use my light shit.
So we'll do that one on Jillian. So the one on Jillian actually has advantage because she's restrained. Ooh, both. Bad rolls. That misses. So even though she's constricted, she manages to like duck as it kind of snaps above her head. And then the second one is going to attack you. 12 to hit?
Miss.
You're not wearing armor. You know that, right?
Okay. I think that puts it to 12. I don't remember.
It's 10 plus your dexterity modifier.
10. I don't have a dexterity.
Then that hits.
What?
I lose 6 of my my AC.
You don't have a shield or armor.
Yeah.
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
10 AC. What am I, a goddamn wizard?
We give him a healing potion, right?
Hey, I have 11
Constitution
AC.
save.
Yep.
No, did it.
10.
10.
What did she just say?
Oof, just saved. Okay, you take half.
don't
You
have
take
any
3 poison damage.
Damn it.
So distracted by the other ones, you feel kind of a like bite on your back leg as you look over and another snake. Now give me another Constitution save to try and hold your breath.
Yeah. 8.
8. So that one snaps, and the pain comes at you, and the bubbles come out of your mouth. So now you need to make it to the surface within
Before I can-
a couple turns to get your breath back.
Dude.
This
This is the hardest fight I've ever been in.
All right, we're back to the top. So Jillian, first of all, is going to attempt to break the restraint here. She's going to sort of try to pull herself free. Ooh, yeah, she does so. 19. So she becomes unrestrained.
I mean, even warding flare is divine light.
You may have to think about risking it.
I know.
Great. She breaks out of that.
Just looking out the window.
And she is going to, oh no, she can't do that. That was an action to do that. Okay, so that's what she's gonna do. She's gonna break free of her restraint
Graven.
there.
Would warding flare be similar to sacred flame in that I'm like calling light down, or is that more the light comes out of me?
I think it emanates from you. If someone was looking at the water, they might see a burst of light in the water, but yes, it wouldn't be as like
As-
yes, it's
yeah.
not as
It's not like a beacon, putting up a flare.
What am I rolling for? I haven't done anything yet. It's my turn. I'm
Yes.
gonna go for that big snake again.
just a regular melee attack.
Yeah, with the dagger.
Great.
Yeah.
Oh my
11.
11 hit. Wait, the big snake?
Yeah.
11 misses.
Oh God!
Another short swipe, and the dagger. You're used to a longer weapon, and you just don't have the reach.
If I
to
go
get at
up,
it.
there's gonna be 3 attacks of opportunity on me right now.
Yes.
I'm gonna
I can
stay.
give you. So you have.
It's okay, buddy.
Start. I think you have. Although I need to double check. I think you have like 1 plus your Constitution modifier rounds that you have to get back to air. Otherwise,
God.
Okay.
you pass it.
Wow, Erland.
Which is 3
Erland takes a
total.
shower already?
So this is the first of 3.
Yes.
You're the silliest man.
Equal to your Constitution
Actually,
modifier.
So 2.
So you have this round and next round to get air.
Yep.
That's nothing.
And next one. Okay.
I'm gonna stay for now.
Okay.
Alright, after Graven, it's small snackos.
Small snackos. So they're all just gonna protecting their territory. A series of small snaps. One against Jillian. That misses. That's a 3. One against Graven. 11 to hit.
Hits.
Give me a Constitution save.
14.
14 passes. You take 2 poison damage. And the last one, 9 to hit.
Miss.
Yay!
Last one
Finally.
snaps out. And then... the big snakes. Okay, so the big snake. First on Graven here. This one is going to attack you. 7 to hit.
Yes.
Great, that one misses. As that one actually tried to you saw it kind of circling around you in a constriction attempt, and you kind of push your feet up a little bit, and it right as it constricts, you get out of its range. The other one, it's a 9. Jillian. That's also a miss. Great. So this one goes in again, kind of swirling in the water around her, and now Jillian this time kind of holds her breath for a second and splashes above her, and she comes back up out of the water. Jillian.
Yep.
Okay. So Jillian is seeing that the sort of smaller snakes seem that they're kind of like hiding behind and attacking in packs. She's going to go for the smaller one here. 11 to hit, that hits. Great. And she brings her sword down on the water, and there's sort of a splash, and then as she brings her hands up, the snake is like floating in 2 parts.
Yay! Dead
Small ones have very little hit points.
That is a good idea.
And she's done.
Alright, after Jillian, it's Graven.
Okay. Wait, did you even take one away? There's still 4?
Yeah.
Oh,
Bruh.
all right. What was the one I punched in the face?
The big one. This big. Is that right?
No, it doesn't matter.
Go ahead and take your time.
Yeah.
Noticing that, I'm gonna turn to the smaller one that's kind of off the edge there and go for a dagger slice on it.
Great. Make an attack roll for me.
There we go. 19 to hit.
19 hits.
There.
Damage.
That's juicy.
4 plus 2. 5.
5. Great. So you sort of bring the dagger down, and as you do so, the point kind of sticks into the riverbed, and it wriggles for a moment, and then it kind of slows its wriggling.
Alright.
And I think this is my last round because it's the second round,
Yes,
so
it
I am
is.
gonna now
Great.
come up.
Great. So 2 attacks of opportunity. So splash your way up to the top. I'll do I'll turn this so this can be seen easier. Do the small one first. 7 to hit.
Miss.
The big one, 19 to hit.
Trying to concentrate it under the water. I'm gonna warning flare.
And Jillian looks over and she sees like a blast of light
so
underneath
mad.
the water.
So it disadvantage on the attack.
7 to hit.
Yes, it misses. Thank Christ.
And Graven like surfaces and takes a big breath
barely
right as he gets to
breathing.
the top.
That was dope. That was pretty dope.
And the first thing you do is look over to Jillian and she kind of like.
Alright, after Graven, it's small snacko.
Great. So this small one's gonna wriggle up to the top. And it's gonna take a snapping bite at you. 17 to hit.
Ay, ay, ay.
You are now above the water.
I also can't do it again. I don't think because I just used it, and it's a.
Oh, it's a reaction.
It's a
Yes,
reaction,
you can.
So I can't.
So give me a Constitution saving throw.
16.
16
Nice.
passes,
Good
so you
roll.
take 2 poison damage.
This fight was made to destroy Erland.
Remember when I wanted to give him a goddamn healing potion?
Okay.
So it's not the actual bite that really does the damage. It's like the.
So the
Poison?
fangs sink in, yes, and you make a
Okay.
Constitution save against its sort of venom.
I mean, I do too. Oh, so if I had taken some kind of a poison resistance thing, it
Yes,
would like have
it would, yep.
damage. Of course, I don't have anything like that right now.
Okay, that was the only small snake. So big snake. This first one next to Jillian's gonna go for her again with the constrict. That's a miss. So it goes in, whoosh, and again Jillian kind of grabs its sort of large, thick sort of torso, and she pushes it away, and it kind of splashes across the water. She's able to get out of the way, and this one's just gonna rise up to the surface on the other side of Jillian here. 13 to hit. That hits. So she takes. Ooh, natural one. She takes 3 bludgeoning damage, and she is once again restrained as the snake wraps itself around her.
Man.
The restraining thing is like the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah, that's rough.
Okay. That's big snakes.
All
So,
right, Tom.
Jillian. So, Jillian's kind of, she sees one snake on one side, and she sees the other, and she's got her sword, she's kind of wrapped partially around by one, and she looks up onto the catwalk where the
my God.
sentry has begun to come. Is that visible on the thing? I'll move it just so it's more visible.
He's not like peeking over the edge.
Nope. She can look up kind of like through the slats, and she can see the light kind of changing as it's moving. And Jillian's going to take out of her pocket, pops,
No.
and go under the water. She now has a potion of water breathing. And she's not really moving, she's just she would be restrained, but she is restrained, but she just kind of ducks underneath the water so that the water is kind of above her head. And that action was to drink the potion. That's what she's gonna do.
Which is a full action.
So you guys are also like more under the walk
Yeah.
than it looks. It's just for the sake of visibility. We're keeping them out.
So I would have to make a pretty loud noise for him to hear me because of the waterfall. But
Yes.
if I were to use something light, he would probably see it now. Fuck my life. Okay, it's my turn, right?
Yes.
Take my potion.
Okay.
That's my action.
You can move. You're not restrained. Are you ducking under the water?
I'm also ducking up.
Cool.
Well, I'll get 1 or 2 attacks of opportunity.
One attack, just the small one there.
Okay, then yeah.
Great.
I'll go under.
And immediately as you submerge yourself in the water, you have this sensation that's like tingling along your skin, and you've known this because you've dealt with these kind of potions before. It sort of has an essence of jellyfish that allows diffusion in your skin, so you're almost like breathing through your skin as opposed to through your mouth, and you feel the oxygen kind of entering through your skin, and there's this sort of clarity as you kind of look around
That's
the
so
water.
cool.
I wish I could do that. In like that.
IRL.
9 to hit
Miss.
on the attack
Wow.
opportunity. Okay.
All right, after Graven, it's small snake.
snakes. So this one kind of goes back down into the water. It's gonna make attack against Graven. 8 to hit.
Miss.
Wow.
Wow.
It kind of comes swirling down, and now with the sort of not having to worry about your breathing, you're able to sort of concentrate, and you kind of duck out of the way right as it snaps at you. Big snakes.
Yep, big snake.
This one goes down in the water. Oh,
Dead. It's dead.
Yep.
He's drowned. It's
All right,
fine.
no, okay. You don't have to
Graven's very slimy. That one's gonna go for Graven. With just a standard bite here. 13 to hit. Hits. 4 bludgeoning damage.
Bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, it's with its body.
Oh,
it's like
right,
hitting
right.
with its body.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Shut up.
Oh, that was actually with a bite, not with the body. It's piercing damage, if that makes a difference. I don't know what it does. And this one down underneath the water. And this one's gonna attack Jillian with advantage. I put it on him.
How the
Jillian.
I was wondering, I was like,
He's tied himself into a knot.
Yeah.
With advantage. That hits. Okay, that hits. She takes 7 damage.
Oh my god.
As it sort of snaps onto her. It's got itself wrapped around her, and then it kind of goes up, and she pulls it off, and sort of, you can see a little bit of blood kind of trickling out through the water. Jillian.
Yeah.
Okay. So, underwater, sort of feeling the sort of stress of the combat, you see her kind of go into a ball a little bit, and there's kind of like a pulse of water as this kind of shockwave comes out, and you can see it on the surface that it kind of bubbles a little bit, but she's sort of deciding that the risk is worth it. So they all need to make dexterity saving
What
throws.
was this?
One fail, one pass,
Mysterious.
Yeah, she's
and
very
one fail. So your
Big
big
one.
snake passed. The other two failed.
Nice.
They both take 6, great. So the little snake, this wave kind of comes out, and the little snake just kind of starts floating
What
down.
kind of damage?
Force damage.
Oh.
And big snake. Okay, so those two are still alive. Great. That's it. Graven's up.
Going for the eye on this big snake right here.
Yeah, get him.
20 to hit.
Not natural 20.
No, yeah,
Great, that
20.
hits. Roll for damage.
4 damage.
4 damage. Great. Sort of calming yourself, you get down to the bottom, you sort of steady your feet on the base of the base layer, the kind of riverbed, and right as it's got its mouth, you kind of stab it, and it goes like halfway up your wrist, and you pull it back, and as you do so, it floats down.
Wow.
Dead zone.
Good job.
Nice.
Licks it.
Underwater.
And you can see, so after that happens, you look back, and Jillian's kind of...
Oh, she's restrained. That's
Yes,
right.
she's restrained by this.
Then I'll try to make my way over to her as far as I
And
can.
you're kind of like... That's the riverbed. Great. Still busy. We can push this.
Tom, I want to tell Joe.
Great.
All right, top. Nope, lies.
Big snake,
Big
right?
snake.
Yeah, big snake. So it's just gonna, again, sort of wrap itself around Jillian. It's gonna go for another with advantage bite attack. I mean, it already hits. Not a natural 20. Okay. Great, so it's got herself wrapped, and once again, she's kind of trying to keep an eye on it, and it bites her on the back of the neck, and you can see her like wriggling her way away from it.
You thought she was down?
But there's kind of blood kind of coming up from her
no.
neck out of the
Dude,
water.
she's in rough shape.
I mean, she looks, she's yeah, looks a little rough.
She dies.
Okay, and the round, this guy's at the end of the round, he's sort of has walked his way. You can't see that, but he's moving along.
Right above. Top of the lineup with Jillian.
Jillian, great. So instead of sort of trying to break herself free, she's gonna get one arm loose and kind of try and stab at it with disadvantage.
Right?
Yeah. A natural 20 and a 3. And she goes for it, and she
my
isn't able to get it, and it kind of slithers to the other side of her, wraps it around herself again. All right, you're up.
You're gonna keep going, walk over to it.
Heavy.
Well, you're on the other side, but we'll put it
Yeah.
here just so we can see it.
And
Okay, I'm moving too far here.
should I just try to fucking grab it? A grapple would, if I tried to grapple it,
It wouldn't release the
it wouldn't release her. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go for a slash again.
Great.
Come on.
22 to hit.
Yes!
2 hits. That wasn't critical.
No, 18.
Oh,
Well, it's
okay.
+2, right? I'm adding +4.
Yes, yep, that's
Okay,
right.
Yeah. 5 damage.
5
Nice.
damage.
Nice.
That's
That's
good.
very
Hey!
With golden beacon of
just
light.
it's wrapped around Jillian, and Graven just sees the tiniest opening where it's trying to reinsert itself, and I just cut the dagger in between her and the snake and thrust it back out and cut the thing in half.
Nice.
Nice. Now get the fuck out of that water.
Yeah, seriously.
Snake, it's what's for dinner tonight.
And Jillian, she pulls herself, and the pieces of the snake come apart sort of around her as she releases her arms, and she sort of looks at you, and she holds the back of her neck. And she's looking up, and she's sort of waiting. And the potion lasts for a good while, so she's
Right,
sort of
yeah,
waiting
me
to
too.
make sure that he's passed. And the two of you are kind of like squatting on the riverbed, still attached with a rope between you.
Yeah.
She's sort of waiting. And the two of you
Just enough.
come
yeah.
just above, and you watch as he's moving towards the depot. He's almost gotten all the way to the depot where Orba and Erland are. And Jillian's
bad are you hurt?
I think I can finish the job.
Should I heal you?
I think we can get back before that's necessary.
All right. Let me know.
Yeah. And she sort of takes, like, so kind of a loose piece of cloth that she had kind of around her waist, and she kind of wraps it, and she's holding it up against her neck. Are you well enough to finish?
Yes.
All right. If we get back to the rendezvous spot with enough time to spare, hopefully we have a moment to rest and treat our wounds.
Let's go.
All right. And you go back up to surface. And the two of you keep a careful eye on kind of what's going on above you. And you return to the sort of... She had kind of dropped one of the ropes near one of the pillars, but she goes back, she gets it. Pulling it along. And the two of you continue along, moving to create the rope bridge all the way across to the other side.
This is rough, you guys.
Yeah.
Beezaura?
Their couple name!
Oh boy.
I hate her.
I did that.
Hashtag.
Hashtag Beezaura. Oh god.
I'm
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
I, of course,
Beezaura.
kind of like it.
And Safira move swiftly along the banks of the Gulkhan, retracing their steps as they pass by the landmark boulder, a smattering of trees that, unless you knew to look closer, wouldn't notice the dark bloodstains spattered across trunks and a few splintered bone shards hiding in the tall grass. At somewhere between 3 and 4 p.m., you're estimating, a couple of hours it'll take to return to Jillian's marked trees should put you right on track to rendezvous just before the sun is setting, if not a little earlier. And having acquired the gloves, the keys, and a bit of extra information, you can only hope that the other pairs have enjoyed the same degree of success, although given the cuts and the bruises and a few new dents in Beezaura's shield, you hope that they weren't met with the same kind of resistance. Over her right ear, Safira can hear a bit of quiet back and forth, growling emanating from your recurve bow. Not fighting, per se, but sort of sounds of distrust and caution, like bringing a wild dog into a domesticated litter. They're sort of... You hear this kind of back and forth very quietly over your right shoulder.
That's the cutest thing ever.
And Beezaura, having had just about enough of the spirits and the undead on this day, she takes the lead, and she marches kind of resolutely forward. And to add insult to injury, a bit of indigestion's cropped up in the wake of these recent confrontations. Sort of hard to tell if it has to do with the high altitude, the stench of the reanimated flesh, the stress of the mission coming to a head, or some combination of the three. And there's a moment, after kind of deftly hurdling a small rock formation, up and over, that your stomach kind of tightens. And you feel something rising in your esophagus, and you reflexively kind of bring your hand up to your mouth. The feeling passes after a small kind of concealed burp. And you bring your hand down, and you notice on the top edge of your index finger a bit of kind of orange-colored mucus sticking to your skin like a dried paste, and it has kind of a strong sulfurous odor. You guys are walking. You have a moment here. If there's nothing you want to do, guys, we can continue on. Are you trying to hide it, by the way? Do you have no intention of kind of telling me?
I'm looking at it for a second.
Okay. You see Beezaura kind of stop for a moment, but you can't really see what she's doing.
Zara?
Yeah.
You
Do you put your hand up? Are you attempting to kind of conceal?
I think for a moment, yes.
Okay, you do. So you were ahead, so it's easy to kind of pull your hand down.
Mm-hmm.
You alright?
Yep, just, digesting what just happened, I guess.
Okay, can we keep moving?
Of course.
Yeah.
I keep walking.
You continue on your hike. The only noise is the wind and the water, until you hear a kind of light clopping of hooves on rock. And you look off to your right to see, just beyond a small grouping of trees, a horse with black and red embellishments, feathers woven into the tail, braided mane, and some painted markings along its neck. And your first thought is that it's probably one of the horses that ran off during your sort of duel with the necromancer. And upon sensing your presence, it kind of looks in your way and then it kind of trots in the opposite direction, a little sort of cautious on its end. And as it does so, you kind of trace it as it's moving up and over the hill line. And it reveals, slumped up against the base of one of these small trees, a barbarian in dire physical condition, a number of lacerations along his arms and neck, and 2 small crossbow bolts sunk deep into his leg just above the knee. And the horse's appearance, even beyond the sort of black and red coloration, were very similar to those that you fought along the lake, leading you to surmise that this may have been traveling with them, but his health deteriorated to a point where he could no longer continue, could no longer ride. And with kind of slow breaths, he stares off into the distance. He doesn't seem to have noticed your presence yet. He seems to be muttering to himself, quietly. What do you do?
We both see him.
Yeah. Because you kind of heard the horse and the two, you kind of startled a little bit, and then you followed the horse up, and then you could see him there a little bit up. It's probably 70 feet away from you.
He looks quite hurt, don't you think?
He looks like he's dying, yeah.
Do we leave it and keep going? Or investigate a bit?
No. And I'm just gonna kind of start walking towards him.
Okay. Are you trying to sneak up on him?
No.
Or are you just walking? Okay.
He's like, we can tell that he's like, when you say he's in dire physical condition, like, he's in dire
Yes,
physical
he's literally like sitting.
I know that was the dumbest thing I've ever matter about, but just, you know.
I mean, yes, he looks like at death's
Like, he can't
door.
leap up and be like, ha, just kidding, you know?
But yes, I mean, he's bleeding out of wounds on his neck, and
That
you can
was
see the
the
blood
trick.
sort of trickling down his legs.
There's magic in this world.
Right.
Like,
You're sort of walking up quickly.
Safira! You really want to just trot on over to him?
Yeah.
Right behind you.
And as Safira kind of turns back, you see him raise his left arm, and it seems like he's reaching for something, and he kind of clasps his fingers a few times and kind of gets nothing. He finds purchase on nothing in the air. It seems like he might be seeing something, hallucinating something in front of his eyes, and he's grabbing at a couple points, and he doesn't find anything. And as you get a little bit closer, his right hand seems to be clasped around a small scabbard in his lap. The hilt of the blade having kind of slipped partially out, so at the right angle you can kind of catch the glint of the sun off the blade. So you can see that he has a blade in his lap, but that he doesn't seem like he's not like picking it up, he just has it there, and he seems to be kind of, and again the muttering continues. Give me a perception check.
I'm a 10.
10. It's hard to tell what he's saying as you kind of approach.
Of course.
And you get a little bit closer, and then at a certain point, he notices you, and as he does so, he stops muttering, as he kind of notices your presence.
Careful.
Do you speak common?
He doesn't say anything back to you.
I'm gonna pull out my sickle and kind of hold it to his neck.
I'm gonna put my hand on my flail just in case.
As you do so, he kind of closes his eyes, and he presents his neck to you.
Okay. I'm gonna take my sickle and...
Press it in, and he doesn't resist at all,
Yeah.
and as you do so, the blood trickles down, and he slumps to the side, and his hand had kind of clutched around the scabbard in his lap, and it loosens a little bit as he falls to the side.
Safira? Sort of proud of you for doing that so quickly.
And I'm gonna kneel after I've done it and take a second to close my eyes and like sit there with the body. And then I want to start doing like it. I want to pat him down.
Yes,
and see what he
can we both
Give me an investigation check.
Then I want to violate the corpse by stealing his stuff.
we're gonna kill him and then steal. Oh, natural.
Yeah, wow.
Dirty 20.
Well, good.
So upon a little bit of closer examination, the pommel of the blade that's sitting in the scabbard has been sculpted in the shape of a skull. And there's a small strip of red cloth that kind of goes around the skull's eyes, like a blindfold. And then the cloth hangs off the end of the hilt, sort of cut into a number of strips. Kind of looks like a decorative tassel almost off of the end of it. So it kind of has a ceremonial decorative look to it. It's not sort of as large and functional as a real sword or anything like that.
Okay.
And besides the blade, there isn't much on him, although you pat him a couple times, and you pat him near the ankle, and there's a little bit of a crunching, and you reach underneath where the trousers sort of meet the ankle, and you slip out a piece of paper. And you unfold it, and you can't read it. It's in Barbarian. As far as you can tell. Or at least in a language you don't know, but you have a good idea that it might be.
Is the horse close by?
It kind of ran away at your presence.
Oh, darn it.
Kill my master.
You ran away before that.
Anything of use?
I don't know. I just didn't. I would want someone to have done that for me. I'm gonna take this. Can I take the note?
Yeah, it's not attached at all.
You can't read Barbarian, can you?
Unfortunately not.
Yeah, can't either. Maybe, I don't know. Jenny.
Save it for when we meet back up with the group.
And the sword. Can I pull? If I unsheath it, does anything happen?
Nothing happens. You're doing, yeah. You take it out, and nothing else remarkable except the sort of carved hilt. But the blade seems very clean. It does not seem as if it's been used, recently. It looks very sharp, very clean.
Okay, and you said he had 2 crossbows in his thighs?
In one of his knees, there were 2 crossbow bolts.
I see.
One knee, 2 crossbow bolts.
That's a really rough way to die. And
I don't think that's how he died.
Were there any other what else? How?
There's a couple of lacerations right up at his neck. It seems like he
Okay.
took a stab wound somewhere beneath the rib cage. There's a number of wounds.
Can I pull out one of the I guess they're arrows?
The bolts, crossbow bolts?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and inspect one of those?
Give me a perception
Just to
check.
see if there's any markings of a tribe. Ooh, like that. Dirty 20.
There are no markings on it, but the sort of size, you feel like you saw these recently. It looks like it would belong to a hand crossbow, which you saw very recently in the possession of the Lakafuyu that you almost got into a fight with. Because they were all holding hand crossbows that had small bolts on them.
Yeah.
Into those naughty boys.
You don't know for sure that that's what it is, but you've seen that recently.
And they were supposed to be getting the trouble and the calluses, whatever.
Yeah.
all coming together for the second.
Finally the pieces make sense. I think he may have come from where the trouble and the calluses were.
Yeah, could be. We definitely need to tell Jillian that.
The fight did indeed happen.
Well, that there's fighting in the calluses and that we might need to avoid it on our way back. I'm gonna take the blood that was on my sickle and kind of clean it off, put that back, and then start heading back in the direction.
Should we continue? Let's go.
You guys turn. And the walk goes on. And you spend some time kind of thinking about what you've seen, what you'll be relaying to the rest of the group. And as you allow your mind to wander, the time passes and you find yourself at the first marked tree. Inner bark kind of exposed in a long flat strip, about 2 feet in length. Take a look around and you get a good impression, because it wasn't that long ago that you were here, that this is the spot where you guys first reached Lake Gulkhan. You kind of crested the hill over to your right, you came down here, this is where Jillian kind of shaved, and this is where you guys parted in 2 different directions. Yeah. And as you press on, a little slower now, making sure that you kind of scan each tree, because now you're not sure exactly what you're looking for, sort of keeping an eye out for a possible spot. Give me perception checks as you guys are moving along.
13.
10.
Great. So you guys sort of keep an eye. There aren't a lot of trees, but you're also not exactly sure how she carved it, so you guys are sort of making sure, looking around each tree to inspect them. And a few more, kind of 100 feet along the bank. And the structures along the waterfall are just starting to come into view. You can now sort of, in the distance, see those 2 structures that Jillian mentioned. And there's a few smaller rolling hills kind of dotted with trees. And just as you get to the concave portion between, you kind of go up and then down into like a little mini valley, but it's very small. You spot, once again, a very similarly shaved trunk. Nobody waiting there yet. Seems that you're the first to arrive. The sun is falling. You have time to wait and watch.
Seems like we finished our task before the others.
Yeah, that makes me nervous.
They'll get the job done, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, it makes me nervous. So I'm just gonna sit here and be concerned about it, I think.
Well, we could think positively that they're just finishing up their duties and they'll be here soon.
Yeah. Vacate the area. Was it explosive? Do you think it was...
I fear that anything that would have been in that hatch.
Why are they blowing up the lake? Are they blowing up the lake to build something underground? Why blow up the...
I don't know if they were necessarily blowing it up, though.
Right, which is why... I
think they just wanted them to leave the area as soon as they
but
deposited
why
what they were
vacate
depositing.
the area if it's...
So no one sees them doing what they were doing?
I suppose we'd hear an explosion, so...
I think it was wise of us for not going down that hatch.
I was worried there might be some kind of alarm.
Agreed.
I don't want to completely bungle this thing.
If we relay the message to Jillian and she thinks we should inspect on our way back, then we shall. But for now, we have to stay confident in our decision.
Strange, why would the Black Lions have an expectation that the workers at the camp would help them in the Calluses? What's the relationship there? Why? I have so many questions and absolutely no foothold on anything. It's just...
It's a very complicated web of people and circumstances, I suppose.
Yeah. Why aren't they back yet? Yeah, okay.
And with Beezaura and Safira musing.
Beezaura. Oh, brother. Okay.
At just past 5, Orba and Erland have entered the final hour before needing to consider their escape route. White flags are raised once again, but things on the ground are mostly static, except for the area where the goods have been loaded up into the carriages. It's now that the horse-drawn carriage vehicles begin to pull away. You see the huffing and puffing of those inside the treadwheel cranes as they move the wheel and lift up the sort of sleds safely out of any kind of collision distance so the horses can travel underneath them, slide out between the platforms. I'm going to bring back, just so we can get
Give
it.
the man a second. We are
No, I didn't.
throw questions at him. 2 seconds.
But Matt. Hey, but
Oh, for the love of God.
I had no idea.
It's different. It's totally different.
Let's bring... There we go. I need to move the camera a little.
We need to get that little toy for your tripod there.
It's like,
It's a remote controlled, yes. You can do like left to right, up and down. It's hot. It's mega hot. Oh, face!
oh, jeez.
Such a
And a hill giant
Yeah, the
appears.
giant appears above the
Good food?
Good times. The simple times.
Where?
Good food.
Bipedal mushrooms.
I hated that.
The first carriage at the platforms makes a wide right turn and heads towards the eastern exit, followed by the second carriage, and then the third, making this kind of single file caravan leading the camp. And the fourth carriage stays put. And it's also at this moment that you notice that the fourth carriage is significantly lighter on its payload. Where the other carts had loaded up somewhere between 6 to 10 crates, this one looks like it only has 2, leaving a good bit of space left behind on the bed of the wagon. And as the caravan is disappearing into the horizon, you see the 3 black lines that have been relieved from their sentry points follow them out. So they seem to be escorting this caravan out of the camp. The laborers go to work, kind of straightening up, winding down, removing sleds from cranes, walking the horses back behind the barracks, sweeping off the platforms. And slowly they kind of finish up, return to the barracks, leaving behind one single person who seemed to be the driver of the 4th carriage. And it's a tiefling. Not the first one you've seen at the camp, but... The camp comes to an almost portrait-esque standstill.
So is the tiefling driver just sitting on the carriage?
He is. He's sitting at the front of the carriage. Seems to be waiting for someone else to load it up or whatever. It's not.
And does that carriage have... I know that it seemed like all the other carriages had... they're basically like flatbed trucks. Like they just had spaces. Does this carriage have... Ford. Does this carriage have any place for like a passenger to sit as well, or is it just a space for the driver? Is it
just
exact same?
As far as you can tell from this distance, the carriage does not look any different.
Okay. And just so I'm picturing it, the treadwheel cranes, they're able to both pick up crates and stuff and put them on carriages in addition to picking up the entire sort of loading dock area?
Not the platforms, but the sleds that were being used to transport some of the crates.
Oh, okay.
Because there's just like ropes dangling down, and someone attaches the ropes and then
to the sort of like sleds, and then people would load them onto the. Okay, great.
Yeah, so it requires a number of people. It's not sort of a self-sufficient operating.
Cool.
So the camp comes to an almost portrait-esque standstill for just a few minutes, the only discernible movement being the 3 new black line riders that move slowly around the perimeter on horseback. And then, finally, a bit of movement at the main building. The south door leading to the stone footbridge opens up right along here. This door opens up. And a man emerges very quickly. He appears in an instant in haste. For the first time, it's someone at the camp whose ensemble makes a distinct impression. A navy double-breasted jacket that buttons all the way up to the neck. It kind of stops just below his chin. And a wide yellow sash around his waist with a belt over the top of it. He's wearing a dark cape that seems to attach in 2 spots on the jacket as opposed to connecting with kind of a chain or a clasp.
Sorry, can you repeat that part because I almost had a heart attack?
He's wearing a dark cape that attaches to the jacket. It's kind of attached in 2 spots over his shoulders.
Okay, got it.
He's got short brown hair with shaved sides. He steps out and he kind of turns to his left, which would be head looking in the direction of the waterfall. And he immediately looks into the river.
Oh no.
And then he begins to remove, he sort of holds his arm up, these thick, elbow-length leather gloves that seem to have a metal ring near the elbow. He kind of pulls one off, removes the other one. He tosses them in a pile kind of near his feet. He unhooks his cape at 2 points, lets it drop behind him. And it reveals kind of an impressively ornate-looking scimitar by his side, at his hip. He drops to the ground, and he continues to look. And then you see him hold his hand out. And emerging from the same door that he came out of, you see a guard, sort of the general same guard, padded leather, a little bit of metal, step out. And the guard hands him this kind of long wooden pole that he takes in his hand. And as he brings it forward, it looks like there's like a hook on the end. So it's like a spear, but instead of a point, it has like a hook on the end. And he puts it into the water. It seems like he's trying to like fetch something out of the water. And he finally pulls it up. He pulls it up a few more. And there's a long rope attached to the end of it, which he grabs off, and he looks at it for a moment. He sort of pulls it up, and it's a pretty long length of rope. He has to kind of put the pole down, and then he reels in the rest of the rope. He's kind of wrapping it around his elbow. And he looks at it. And then he looks up at the operations depot. He seems to signal to the guard that handed him the pole, and the two of them walk back inside the building. Disappearing from sight.
When he looked up at the operations depot, did anything register that he saw me? Or
He did not, he did not have a spyglass.
Yeah.
He's looking up bare. He just kind of looked in the general direction of the buildings, the catwalk. It was hard to tell exactly where he was looking. He was just looking up there.
Okay. Okay. And I did not recognize this guy at all. Great. Okay.
I guess it's a giant rope.
The water's so crystal clear.
2 natural ones.
Yeah, it was.
Anything you're looking for at this time?
Have to fucking
I can't make out the tiefling driver. It's too far away for me to see if I can
You really
recognize him.
can't recognize him from here.
Okay, so then by the entry, I'm gonna sort of peek up into the window, relay this to Orba.
Sure. What are you? Go ahead and
Oh boy.
relaying about the man specifically, just so I know.
Okay, great. Actually, first, before I do that, then let's get all my information first.
Sure.
So I'm gonna. I want to the area that we've seen guards go to, presumably where we're going to be coming out from, by the waterfall. On the on the sort of, I guess that'd be the west.
This southwest entrance?
No, so when we've seen guards leave the barracks, and then when they presumably
One goes here.
Yeah, and one sort of
goes
goes
here.
over to relieve someone on the catwalk.
One goes up and comes over to relieve someone.
Great. So presuming that is where we're going to have to be going, I want to sort of take a look around that area and see if I can sort of create some sort of pathway where we can move and be hidden. Is there anything that we can hide behind, or is it a clear empty shot from where that entrance is to where the buildings start to be?
This is all pretty open and clear, and again, from here over, you can't see that. It's too close to the cliff. The waterfall's in the way. There's a decent bit of acreage that you cannot see from here, just because of the angle.
From what I can see right now, there's no rocks, no anything to hide.
Not only are there no rocks, it looks like you can see a few tree stumps and stuff. It looks like they've raised this ground level so they could build on it easily and effectively without sort of having to work around anything.
Okay. And there's the water at the... How large is the pool that the waterfall is going...
We're killing it tonight.
is going into. Is it, if we were to go in it, would it be so tumultuous that it might actually be dangerous to sort of be in?
No, it wouldn't be that dangerous. It's decently sized. It's a good drop, so just hitting the water.
Yeah, no, I just mean if we were to sort of, if you're at the base of a waterfall that's really intense, it's actually dangerous to be underneath it. Is there a way to move away from it? So
there's enough space in that little drop zone that you could you could circumvent the waterfall. You wouldn't have to walk directly under it. Yes. Okay. There's a good little pool there.
So Erland's going to sort of scooch back, put his back up against the wall, and sort of...
Yes.
The white flags have raised again. Mm-hmm. Carriages seem to be loaded up. The Black Lion accompanied the carriages out of the east entrance. There is one carriage remaining that seems to only have 2 boxes on it. Lots of room on the carriage for something else to be added. A tiefling driver is presumably waiting for something right now.
Okay.
Everything else has been picked pretty dry. They've removed everything. I also saw it was a human man.
It's a human man. Yeah.
I also saw a very well-dressed human man exit on the south side of the stone bridge. He was wearing a navy double-breasted jacket with a wide yellow sash, dark cape, short brown hair. Didn't recognize him.
Okay.
He seemed to fish. He saw something in the water. A guard approached with sort of a large hook, almost like the one that we used at the tackle shack.
Yes.
Reached
Okay.
into the water, pulled out a long bit of rope, looked up towards the operations depot, and entered back in. He also had he was wearing large gloves that had sort of a metal band
Oh, okay.
on them.
That's useful.
He removed his cape, and I saw he had a very well decorated scimitar. Does anyone like this seem familiar to you? Does this seem...
That is not ringing any bells to me. I guess you wouldn't know this either, but when Graven and Jillian lit the boat on fire, was there rope in the boat? We saw them destroy the boat and try to fish stuff out of the boat.
I don't know. Did you see them miss anything?
I don't think I could really discern that from my vantage point, but it's possible.
You don't know. Yeah, you don't know that. The boats were attached to the dock with rope. You definitely saw that. Yes.
I mean, it's possible that the rope was in the boat or part of the boat or.
Be extremely aware of anyone approaching. It seems the only way to get from the main area of the camp to the to where we are right now is via the catwalk. So
yes.
Pay extra attention to the catwalk. I will also, I'll of course let you know if it seems like anyone additional is coming up. But for whatever reason, they might be on to us.
Okay.
We're leaving. What time is it right now? It's got to be close to 6.
No, it's. I mean, this is still that. It's before.
Like 5-ish.
Yeah, it's like we started this at 5 o'clock.
at 5.
Yeah, so it's been like 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
Yeah, it hasn't hit the half hour yet. Kind of it.
Erland, do we need to start weighing the options of if it is worth eavesdropping on this conversation if people rise from the camp to the catwalk to have a conversation with Berto, or do we just leave as soon as company arrives?
Well, we're not going to be able to just walk out the front door if the company arrives.
No, I would imagine we're going to have to jump, and I will cast Featherfall to make us safely land.
I think that we should stay as long as possible.
Yes.
Well, Erland's... yeah, never mind, actually. We should stay as long as possible, and there's no immediate threat right now.
All right. Okay. So, even if they approach and come out to walk the catwalk, we still have... how many feet? Like 100, you said?
Oh yeah, at least the catwalk's quite long.
We would still have a little bit of time to
Assuming you're
escape
watching
or
the catwalk.
Honestly,
figure things out.
the safest moment to jump from the balcony would be when everyone is inside already.
Unless the windows, if we can avoid the windows.
What do you mean?
Well, if we jump in front of a window and somebody's in the building, they will see us slowly descend.
There are windows on the first floor.
Well,
They see us in the window.
it wouldn't be the first window I've jumped out of.
Yes, I remember we did it together before. Okay, so I will keep an
Just
eye.
extra alert towards the catwalk.
Okay, I will go back and forth between stairs and catwalk. And riding. Okay.
Can you move the stool that I originally pulled up back to where it was?
I already did that when Berto came to play his weird game with his friend.
It's not a weird game.
Window sounds.
Window sense. Okay. I think I should lock the trunk now, Erland, before we're blindsided by any company. No? Okay, I won't.
All right, lock the trunk.
You sure?
No, I'm not sure about anything. Is there anything in it other than the...
No, everything I reported to you. The gold, the dagger, and the note.
Lock the trunk. We're not going to be killing anyone today.
Okay. Orba goes and locks the trunk. Alright, I'm gonna take my position. Would it be conceivable that Orba would remember that one little part on the map that Jillian had showed us? Because I don't have a physical copy of it.
Give me an intelligence check.
Oh!
I'm smart. I'm smart. Not today. And that's an 8.
It's hard to remember the finer details.
Okay.
Jillian's got the actual physical map. You're going by memory.
Okay. Alright. I'm gonna keep an eye out on both the catwalk and the stairs.
From what I saw from the guy pulling off gloves, did the gloves have any? I know they said they were like black gloves.
They're like a dark brown.
Did they have any
Yeah.
discoloration on them, or is it too tough to
Not
tell?
that you could tell. They certainly didn't have any extremely noticeable discoloration. So, but you couldn't tell it had any.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna keep scouting here for the next 40 minutes. I guess is roughly how long we said we were gonna be in there for. And I want to pay special attention to any sort of movement towards what I presume is the only way.
You take your spot again. A few more things catch your eye as you're watching. some laborers, not guards, similar dress to the appearance of the guys who went over and sort of worked near the platform. Some of the people are loading, unloading, like they don't have armor on.
Yeah.
They walk over to the glass-roofed area, to the room over here. And not long after that, you see a little other activity in this glass-roofed room. A handful of workers appear, not the ones who just went in there. Maybe 3 or 4 of them. And each of them wearing some kind of apparatus on their head. A large brass or copper sphere that envelops them kind of from the neck up. It's this like helmet. And one at a time, they step into the pool. They kind of wade into the pool.
So there are. What are the laborers? Are the laborers just in that room as well?
Yes.
Okay, great.
They wade into the pool. And as they get kind of to the middle, where the water's kind of just above their waist, you see a number of brushes stick out from the sides, and the laborers look like they're scrubbing down the helmet and the chest and the back. And they're kind of scrubbing them down from a number of different angles, so they're getting scrubbed, all around. And they do this one at a time. They kind of scrub, and then that person kind of wades up and out of the pool, and the next one...
Jeez. Yo. This shit is...
They keep scrubbing.
So the guys with the things came out of the water.
No. They appeared in the room.
They appeared in the room.
Because you know that there's other ways to get into that room.
Yeah.
The people with the helmets did not come from the outside. Other than that, you can't tell where they came
Okay, but they entered the pool.
They walked and waded into the pool.
Got scrubbed down and then left.
And then they go.
Okay.
Yeah. And in addition to the headpiece, sort of you get a better look at them as they kind of wade into the pool, which is kind of right in the middle of the room, so you have a pretty good vantage point. And they're wearing gloves very similar to the ones you just saw the jacketed man wearing. Gloves that go up to the elbow. There's a little ring at the elbow. And they're also wearing what looks to be kind of like a full leather bodysuit. And there's rings both at the elbows and just above the knees. And after they've waded out of the pool after getting scrubbed, the laborers seem to help them detach at the elbow and at the knees, and people help them kind of pull off the gloves and then pull off the boots one at a time. They kind of wriggle free, arm, leg, and after they do that, someone helps them kind of take the helmet off. So they do this one at a time. And there does seem to be an order. Like I said, they scrub the helmet first, and then they sort of scrub the other parts, remove the helmet, the gloves, and they do it one at a time. And as each helmet is removed, you see a blue arming hood underneath that seem to be providing some kind of cushioning between their heads, and the helmets look very heavy. Like as the people are removing them, they're sort of it takes 2 people to kind of lift them up off the person's shoulders and head. So the padding's kind of protecting them from that. And each worker does this. And then they hang up these suit pieces around the edges of the room. You can't see all of them because you can't see all the walls in the room, but they hang these suits around the room. And then they exit out the northwest door and head back towards the barracks, the ones with the blue arming hoods. They go back to the barracks. And the laborers look like they hang around a little bit to kind of scrub the floors. They're kind of scrubbing the floors down. There's a lot of bubbles that you see as they're kind of washing it down. And then you see the pool begins to drain. And as it does, you see a stream of water emerging from the far side of the building that you can't see. So out over here, this back end, you see the water in the pool go down, and then there's sort of a little flow of water that seems to be directed into the river. So they kind of empty the tank, as it were.
Wow.
Right after this happens,
Oh, Jesus.
almost simultaneously, from the room of what you believe to be just west of the electrolysis lab, this little square room here,
Oh my god.
you see a sputtering of brackish liquid that dribbles out at first and then escalates into kind of a steady stream that runs down the steep bank into the river. And this lasts for just a couple of minutes. Sort of a little stream of water runs down. and then it reverts back to a trickle, and it stops. And it briefly stains the water a kind of greenish brown. But the river's moving quickly, and it's kind of mixing with the water, and it also mixes with the water from the pool, and after 50 feet or so, it's all kind of mixed together, and it becomes not noticeable anymore. So it only kind of stains the water for a brief period of time. And then you see, coming out, the southwest exit, the man once again in the green jacket, or the sort of navy jacket with the buttons.
I want to be at the ready to perhaps move quick here.
Sure.
Just in case.
Yep. He exits out that entrance, and there's the guard that was with him on the bridge is walking with him. So there's one other person with him. And it seems like he has a short conversation with the guard stationed at that door, who was stationed outside the door. So the one who came up, did the symbol, actually the wrong one, symbol, failed con check. So they seem to have a brief conversation.
So 3 people now.
3 people now. And all 3 of them begin to walk in the direction of the waterfall, in that westerly direction. This way,
And
heading
that's
this way.
That's the side that has the building that has the entrance down.
No.
No, other side.
It's the other side. But you know that the path goes back and forth behind the waterfall.
Right.
It doesn't go like straight up,
Yeah.
as far as you know.
But they are, and there's a certain conversation with her. So that entrance is now unmanned.
It is now unmanned, yes.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Don't.
Don't be stupid.
Okay.
Guys.
Go on there.
And there's a certain point where I assume I can't see them anymore. They
Yes,
like
they
move
disappear
toward-
kind of too far below you that you no longer can see.
We're just waiting by the tree.
And at this point, it's reached about the halfway mark of this hour. So all this is kind of happening. Some of these things overlap a little bit. We kind of broke it down.
It's
So it's
literally been a page.
Okay, so I'm at 3. So
Just for this hour.
just yeah, no, that's what I mean.
what are you writing? Stop writing so big.
Oh yeah, your margins are out of control.
Fist.
Okay, quick question about the laborers who came out to scrub
Yes.
down the, let's call them the divers or whatever.
Sure. You can call them whatever you like.
I'm gonna call them
Astronauts.
did they come out of the barracks, or
Yep.
were they people that were working elsewhere?
They seem to come out of the barracks.
Okay.
You're not sure, but it looks like it could be some of the same people who had loaded up the carriages.
Sure, but like they
Yeah.
came. Okay,
Yeah,
and
they
then
came out of the barracks.
there's not many entrances, it seems, to that pool room. It seems, from at least what we've seen on the map, just those 2. One from the stone area outside.
One from outside, yeah.
One from there, and then one from the stone bridge.
And then one from this way, yeah.
And I couldn't tell where the divers came from.
You did not. They definitely did not come across the bridge, and they
Okay.
didn't come from the barracks,
Okay, cool.
and they did not come up from the pool. You could see that.
Okay.
They float up one at a time.
Yeah.
Sploosh. Did Julian and I tie those ropes so that they kind of sat on the surface of the water?
Yeah, like just at the surface.
Okay.
So they
I
don't.
guess he could see it.
I mean, if somebody was really
You're really boning us
expecting,
here.
they'd see it.
Okay.
He seems serious.
Okay. I'm gonna wait maybe 2 minutes after I see the guy walk in that direction.
Okay.
The 3 of them, and I just want to make sure they're fully clear and they're not coming back, like they're not just checking something out.
Sure. They do not reappear after 2 minutes.
Okay, cool, and everything is fairly calm again. All right. Tiefling. Any movement?
Nothing. No.
All right. We might need to work quickly here.
Okay.
One of the entrances is now unguarded. The man who I said looked up to us is potentially moving towards us.
Okay.
I can't see him anymore, but he's brought 2 guards with him, one of which was manning an entrance.
Okay.
Also, my goodness, the pool room, the room with the water in it.
Yes.
Laborers scrubbed down. 3 to 4 employees of the camp, I suppose, entered the room wearing these large sort of helmets and these large leather suits, and were scrubbed down by the laborers. Do you want me to go through it, or can I say I relay everything I saw? Would you prefer?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Okay, so I
I meant more in regards to the guy specifically because I didn't know if you were sort of wanted to warn Orba or whatever.
Okay, yeah, no. So I want to describe. I want to relay all the stuff about the divers and the scrubbing.
Sure.
And I'll add. I didn't see the helmeted men enter from either the stone bridge or from the entrance. I do remember that there was potentially some stairs on the sort of far north side of the pool
Yes,
area.
because that's where one of the pens possibly is, correct?
Possibly, yes. Does the green-brown liquid look any familiar to me?
Very far away.
No, I mean, like, my experience of Myconid extract
The
is
one
not
dumping
that
into
color.
the water?
Yeah, it's not that color.
It doesn't
Extract in
immediately.
particular.
Yeah, it does not give you that impression.
Okay. Do we know what color extract appears like?
It comes. I mean, depending on the form that. Yes, but depending on the form that it's in,
Blue.
Gaseous form, liquid form. It's not always the same.
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay. It seems to be calm right now. We do need to leave shortly. I think. Do you see Jillian at all?
I'm gonna take a peek for Jillian.
You don't.
Okay. Nothing, Erland.
One of the guards from below is coming up.
Just one?
Well, one of the guards who regularly guards the entrance
Okay.
is coming up. I don't know. It might. This is obviously something I wouldn't want to do without Jillian's okay, but it might be worthwhile to, I don't know, kill him and take his form.
No.
I agree. We shouldn't do this without consulting Jillian. But
No. I will not do that. No, that's not a good idea. I cannot speak like them, Erland. This job requires communication, I would imagine. So I would not be able to make that disguise last much longer than a couple seconds.
Okay. All right. What is our escape plan when they come up? Because it seems like they are coming up.
Okay. Well, if you want, we can try and stay as long as we can to see if we can hear any conversations that they share. Obviously, that is us risking being so close to them that our escape is much more difficult. Or we could play it safe and leave right away.
What time is it right now? Ish.
Like 5:30.
Oh, it's only okay.
Yeah, like halfway through.
Is there a clear... Do we remember if the balcony on the southern... what side would that be? No, that would be the balcony on the southern side of the operations depot.
Yep.
Was there a window on that side as well?
With the door, the same one as the door.
So yeah, if the door's up here, if we were to like jump this way, is there a window right there?
Yes.
Hate that.
I would say Jillian would be pretty pleased with the amount of information that we have already gotten. The only thing I can think of that would be a loose end is the tiefling on the carriage who's still waiting for certain things. Possibly.
I agree.
Jillian...
Well, should we
Go ahead.
flicker the light, letting Jillian know that it's time to extract us? That was the plan.
No, I believe that was in case of emergencies that we were going to do that.
Oh,
If I
okay.
flickered the light, they're going to come in and help.
Oh, all right.
I
We
don't think
never had an extraction plan, did we?
No.
Oh, goodness.
It was just to leave.
Just to leave? Just to walk out the front door?
Yes, just to walk out the front door, Erland. It's that simple. Just kidding.
We're nowhere near.
Jillian, her one note is not be discovered.
I agree. But we're hard pressed to get out now. We can't jump out. The same person would see us if we jumped out now.
Do we believe that if the supervisor sees 3 men plus the other catwalk guard coming across the catwalk, he will go and meet them? Because that is the time we leave.
All right. Do we stay outside the window and listen, or find a safe hiding place, or do we think that they're going to start to search?
No. We leave. If he goes outside to meet them on the catwalk, if he sees men approaching, maybe he would come and try to meet them halfway to see what's going on, leaving us in the house by ourselves. Does that make sense?
They know someone's here. They presume someone's here. They might just think it's the... Regardless, it's probably just the boat, right?
Right. Yes. And like I said, the supervisor was saying that he suspected no foul play with the boat in a report that he was writing.
We wait until we see them, and then you're right. We make a decision if he exits, that's when we jump.
Okay.
But
All
we
right.
wait for now.
Great. Okay. Let's wait.
Let's wait.
Way to ruin everything.
Jillian leads Graven
Oh my god.
back to the spot where you reoccupied your sort of former hiding spot. Some 70 or so feet from the operations depot.
We've got
you
all
finished
our
up.
armor.
Well, now it was hidden at that
Oh,
spot.
that's what you're saying. Okay.
So yes, you've come back, relocked the lock on the cellar,
Mended.
and you've gone back to the hiding spot.
Got it.
So you're at do you remember that little like L shape that they hid by first?
Yep.
That's where you guys are.
Okay.
Belongings reacquired, armor readorned, once again keeping careful watch on the catwalk. You've had about 45 minutes to an hour since you completed this rope underpass, sort of jumping around in time a little bit. And you're happy to report that both the time has been uneventful and the rope is extremely difficult to see from a distance. Mm-hmm. There's sort of a couple times when a particularly strong jet of water kind of kicks up and the rope kind of skips up a little bit, but you wouldn't notice it unless you were really, really looking, scanning the horizon.
Like if you were thinking about ropes a lot.
Yeah, like if you had ropes on the brain.
If you had ropes on the brain, it might jump out at you.
Oh my god.
But again, it's directly under the catwalk.
Got
You
it.
would not only have to be looking there, you'd have to be far enough away
Right.
to get the right angle to see it.
Got it.
And when not peering over the ridge above you, Jillian mostly spends this time kind of rummaging through her bag, looking over her possessions, her map of the harvesting yard. She's got her back against the rocks, and she's kind of allowing her arms to kind of limply rest beside her after the continued strain of pulling, tying knots. And for a moment, she kind of is staring so intently, she almost looks to have fallen asleep with her eyes open. But just as you think about kind of reaching over to touch her, she speaks. Did your parents teach you any prayers when you were young, Graven?
Not that I remember.
My mother was teaching me new prayers all the time. Very few of them stuck. I found it all quite boring. I didn't like the idea of asking for help from someone or something I did not know. How did I even know that I wanted their help? And even if I did, why did I have to ask? They're the gods, shouldn't they know? As I'm sure you can tell, I was her perfect little angel. There is one prayer that I did like. One that I often return to on the eve of a great importance. Would you like to say it with me? Not to worry, it's not deity specific. It's from an old Sylvan book of scripture.
Sylvan. Does that ring a bell to me?
Sylvan are like fey creatures, fairies, things.
Please.
She kind of bows her head a little bit. Penanimas. She looks to you.
Penanimas.
Eof erif.
Erof Arif.
Aela oenao.
Aela Oreano.
Ifif nansin.
Ifif Nansin.
Pe enanif.
Pe Ananif.
Tremasier.
Tremasier.
Erpeno anif.
Erpeno Aif.
Pe inanif.
Pe Anif.
She waits for a moment. The agents of change come furiously and without warning. Let us be among them, that we may lend our wisdom to the shape the future takes. That's what it means. I like that one not only because of its inspirational qualities, but because it reminds me that the world changes not because of the gods, but in spite of them. The gods affect the material plane because we allow them to. What would happen if we simply didn't? A question I realize is more easily asked than answered. And then you see Jillian's face change. Heads up, Graven.
What do you see?
She kind of touches you. She takes out her glass. And she looks into the distance.
Hunker.
Yeah. And emerging on the far side of the catwalk, 3 people marching towards the operations depot with purpose. 2 guards being led by a man. Double-breasted jacket. Short hair. Yellow sash. And Jillian at one point kind of hands it to you, so you're seeing this as well, the two of you kind of passing it back and forth. Graven, what was the signal for hiding?
Blue was aboard. Red was people approaching.
All right. Don't do it yet. Just get ready. I don't know who this is. And she goes back to looking.
Do you see where Erland or Orba are? Can you tell?
She looks up. I cannot, no. I'm sure they're still up there. I haven't seen them leave. She watches, and the 3 of them, I mean, the one man kind of leading them is marching, and the sentinel that was on the catwalk was walking with his back to them, and he hears them approaching, and he kind of turns, and they kind of brush by him. They kind of push him out of the way and move quickly by him, the 3 of them, and they marching across the catwalk.
And again, it's changed so that guy on the catwalk now is not the guy that helped the supervisor with the boat. That's
no, different guy.
Different guy now. Okay.
And Orba sees this as well. You see, because you were sort of going back and forth, so you see 3 of them approaching.
Erland, here they come.
Any light from Jillian or Graven?
I'm not seeing anything. I don't see the supervisor yet either.
Graven, what do you think? Red light?
There's 3 of them.
Plus the supervisor?
We should try.
All right. How are you doing it?
I'm gonna get out some of that parchment and take a stone that I can kind of wrap the parchment around and kind of make a cone with it.
Sure.
And aim it towards the 2nd, 3rd floor area and do like a dull red light.
Give me a perception check.
Oh gosh.
Perception. Jeez Louise, 17.
17. So you're watching the catwalk, but out of the very left side, very peripheral vision, you see just a little flickering of red that seems to come up over the sill of the window, very slightly.
Okay, Orba's gonna take like a real quick, deep breath and go over to Erland. Jillian expresses that we hide.
All right. Is the supervisor moving yet?
Do I hear the supervisor?
Supervisor has not stirred yet. No.
I
as far as you can tell, he's still sitting at his desk. And you've seen the 2nd floor. His desk is not facing the wall. It's facing, so he's not like looking out the window if he's writing at his desk. Yeah.
I have not heard any movement. It's possible he hasn't even seen the activity, so
All right, let's cover our bases. You hide inside, I hide outside.
we're hiding separately.
I think so. If we want to hear something.
Okay.
Or at the very least, we don't want to be both discovered together. Right?
Okay, if one is discovered, what does the other do?
I don't know. If someone's discovered, let it be known that that they've been discovered, and hopefully we can, I don't know, sneak out.
Okay.
Hide.
Okay.
Where are you hiding?
Erland's going to remember the way he did it before, and he's going to sort of hop up on the railing and hop up
You
on
do
it.
so. Get up there. Where are you going?
I'm gonna go into the, God fucking damn it, I hate you. How high is the bed? Like, what is that gap?
8 to 10 inches.
Okay, and there's nothing else underneath it? It's
No,
like
because you
empty
hit under
underneath,
there before. There was
right?
nothing else under there.
Invisibility?
No.
What the?
And again,
Graven flashes the red light.
just to remind myself, with the dresser, it's like crowded.
It's not crowded. There's a few things in there. I mean, it's got a couple jackets and hats.
And with the clothing in it, would you be able to like see feet peeking out? Like,
Yes.
yeah.
You could hide behind the jackets, but if they look down, they can see your feet. What's up?
She gave it to Orba.
Oh wait.
No, I totally did.
You
I
did,
I
you're
gave
right.
it to you, Orba.
You
I
did.
have it written in my thing.
All right, but
Never mind. Covers the red light.
okay. Orba's
Takes
gonna
down
go
a notch.
into the dresser, and as she does so, can she experiment really quickly with the space and see if she can like press her arms up against the 2 walls and then get her feet up? If she were to have to do it for a very brief period of time.
Yes, that might make a little bit of noise. I mean, you're going on a gut feel here. Yeah, sure, you could lift your feet for a second.
Okay.
You're not guaranteeing that hides the rest of your body. I mean,
Okay.
If they open the dresser and pushed anything aside, they would very clearly be able to see you. There's not that many things in there.
And how does the potion of invisibility work? Like, obviously, if they were to move something, they could still, like, feel me, and,
Yes.
like, clothing could, like, hit me, and,
Yes.
like... Okay, Orba's gonna go under the bed.
Okay.
And she's gonna have the potion of invisibility, like, in her hands with the cork off, just, like, waiting to drink it.
Okay.
From where I am, just I could overhear the window sands conversation. So
You will not be able to hear things on the ground unless they're yelling.
But in theory, if they were to go up to the flag and have a conversation there, I would also be able to hear that.
Be able to hear that.
Okay.
Yep.
I pack up
Assuming
all of
it's
my...
not like a whisper,
Yeah,
very
yeah,
quiet.
yeah.
Yes.
I pack up all my writing materials, make sure the trunk is locked, get under the bed. Sorry.
You do so.
Oh boy.
You wait for a moment. And then you hear, and Jillian and Graven watch the three of them approach all the way to the edge. And they get up to the operations depot. And you see him pound on the door, and you're able to hear this, Orba. Berto! Open the fucking door! And that's where we're gonna go to break.
I'm not gonna be able to take a break!
That's where we're gonna take a break, and we're gonna come back and see what's up with Berto.
I don't like any time. I've never liked it when you've called a break, ever.
It's fine, you guys. There was a
Listen.
fire earlier. Berto's gonna be embarrassed. He's gonna send them away. It's fine.
The hope.
It's fine.
Guys!
Thank you guys for joining us as
911 is
always.
hello. Oh my
We're gonna take a
God.
quick 15-minute break for dinner and come back.
Wow.
Once again, if you're new to the stream, when there's a little background video about a minute into the break video, feel free to stick around and watch that.
Yes, lots of information about what the fuck is going on right now.
A little background about Myconid Camps, Myconid Extract, and all that nonsense.
All that light,
About
cheery
the Chernobyl
business.
that we're in right now.
Oh.
Okay.
All right.
Everything's fine,
Yeah.
you guys.
Gotta go.
Everything's fine, says Graven. And with that, we'll go to our break.
Positive.
We'll be back.
Do you know what a harvesting yard is?
Remind me.
Myconids are semi-intelligent, like mushrooms, like fungus. They're being harvested to create this sort of extract.
What is that?
We don't quite know what it does, we just know that it gives some sort of superpower. Jillian is firmly on the side of it being immoral and something that should not exist on Suyu. We'll go back and forth.
Big key moment.
All right. Halfling is in a box, attacked.
You're allowed full sentences, I think.
And we like fight that battle, and Jillian runs off after one of the Witherlings. Yeah, and we find an underground like lab that has some mysterious sort of mist and pumping, and GGG P216 first ED is written on the wall.
GGG, first edition, page 216.
There was a teacher of mine named Master Grimari, and he wrote a rather famous book called Grimari's Giant Grimoire. I sort of
Yes.
ruined his life.
It wouldn't be a stretch to say that he might blame you.
I think specifically he blames me.
Okay, so when we arrived in Orange Chupa,
Oh no, Jillian's not there. Robert Bastille. He's like a get it done kind of guy in Orange Chupa.
I'm concerned about Jillian. She was supposed to be here yesterday. We were separated.
Do you know what her business was after she met us?
Jillian has shut down a couple of these camps already. She was in the business of finding a third. But there are those who've come to rely on these resources, so you can see how she might be constantly in danger.
we talked to Polnick, who's kind of the authority of Orange Chupa, He just got very suspicious of the party as a whole.
The longer we stay in a place, the more things tend to blow up, I guess. I don't know. It was just bad luck.
When we attended the wine tasting, other things went wrong.
Sort of a reconnaissance mission at the Mullifer wine tasting.
Baron gave me the invitation because he's the one that requested the pieces from me. I am in need to find these chess pieces in order to get my name written off of some sort of records.
These pieces are at the tasting?
They belong to very important people. I have no idea who they are.
Beezaura was sort of off doing her chess piece, Light Whistle Chess Club reconnaissance.
Then we ended up in the basement, like fighting for our lives.
Oh yeah, doing the real fight.
While the other three were monkeying around with empty suits of armor.
I was supposed to be finding out information relating to Jillian and her whereabouts from this sort of guy, this Tiefling named Armand Valliard.
Seems Jillian has been taken prisoner by a tribe of barbarians, and we have 1.5 to 3 days before the barbarians reach the Shaki Mountains.
That's not good.
No.
We got a couple leads on where we could maybe help Jillian and figure out what our next step was.
And then we hit the road, Jack. Real quick.
Did not come back.
No more.
Also, if we didn't leave, we were going to jail, and that's a good motivator.
Robert can no longer help us.
Okay.
Polnick seems to be after us.
Yes.
I think we ought to leave Orange Shuba.
At this very moment, or?
Today at 3 p.m., yes.
When we were trying to track down Jillian,
We hit the crossing. There was an explosion.
Like, they're here.
We
but
went in there really spicy hot. Boom, find Jillian. She's hiding behind a crate.
Rediscovering Jillian.
to complete this Myconid Camp scouting mission.
I plan to continue and go to this Myconid Camp.
Would we also be a part of the destruction?
You blow them up, and the Myconids inside them.
They go with it. Do you think they prefer their situation as it stands?
I'm just wondering if that's the best way to dispose of them.
Have you ever thought of a way to cut the head off the snake rather than take down individual camps?
That would be something I'd look into. It's difficult to track down the source.
This isn't as effective and easy a problem to solve.
Strategery.
We got her in a carriage and we headed to Blom's house, who's a druid friend of hers that was nearby.
Which didn't last long. Attacked again. More undead.
What are we doing? They're coming towards the house.
Jillian, there's a crossbow in the pantry behind the shelves. Get it? The others hold the door. Nobody goes through, understand?
Either band together or die. That's when the group really comes together.
R.I.P. Blom, maybe.
Didn't enjoy that at all. That was terrible.
I don't have anything else to say to you, sir, so could you please stop asking me?
Recaps are hard.
It's really hard.
Boy, after a tough day of working, just a big glass of Myconid extract.
It's
It's the spot.
It's tangy.
We're back. Welcome back, everybody.
Oh, that was not enough
Thank you
time.
for joining us. Thank you for coming back. Did you want to...
Oh, yes, okay. So we had a sub. Thank you, Ponder1894 for the sub. DY Hack Studios rated us, so thank you so much. We also had an anonymous cheer. Thank you.
Thank you guys so
If
much.
anybody has not taken advantage of that sweet, sweet guest book that we play before and after every stream, please see below about how to submit a guest book entry.
Add a little entry for us. We'll throw it in. That's all subs and bits of equal value, including your free Amazon Prime sub if you haven't used that and you want to add to the guest book. Come and do it.
Thank you, Jeff Bezos.
We crapped on him earlier. And
I'm making up for it.
Great. Anything else before we dive back in?
Just anxiety.
Yeah, some indigestion.
Some
Speak
hot
for
juicy
yourself.
digestion. Graven and Jillian
To throw up fire.
watch the banging on the door, and they can see him yelling. His figure with the double-breasted jacket, shaved sides, brown hair, and Orba hears, "Berto, open the fucking door!" And you can hear below you on the second floor like a shuffling of things, and the chair gets out, and you can hear him going down. It sounds like there's sort of a hurried unlatching of the door to the catwalk. And then you hear a conversation take place, and they're speaking fairly loudly in a way that you can hear most of this conversation.
Okay.
And subsequently on the other side, we can see, Jillian and Graven can see what's going on, but they can't hear what's going on. And the man holds up a long length of rope that's been braided around his elbow a number of times.
Jillian and Graven looks at Jillian.
What is this, Berto? It's a rope, sir. And why is it clogging up my fucking river? I can explain it. See, there was a boat issue, a malfunction, and it's all sorted out, but some pieces from the dock may have sort of floated down before we could get at them. Do you know what the flags are for, Berto? Yes, sir. I thought that I thought we got it all, and I didn't want to bother you with something so minor. So I was just filling out a report about it. It doesn't bother me for you to raise the non-emergency flag so I can send someone up here to check on it. It bothers me when I don't see a flag and there's ropes in my river, so I have to come up here my fucking self. Well, I just thought, raise the fucking flag, Berto. And you can see from the distance, Jillian Graven, you see him shove the rope into Berto's arms, sort of right there at the frame of the door. And you can hear Berto sort of whoop as he takes the rope. Now, is there anything else that's going to come down my river that I should know about? No, sir. No, sir. Good. Because if I don't see a flag and I have to come up here again, it's going to be you floating down the fucking river. Yes, sir. And you see, turning away, on his heel almost, rotates, and he goes between the two men that had followed him there, and the three of them begin to work their way down the catwalk in the opposite direction. And you see Berto there, kind of holding the rope in like a little bit of shame and embarrassment, and he kind of closes his eyes. Kind of examines the rope. He holds it up for a second. Jillian and Graven can see this exchange. And he kind of slowly turns, and he walks back into the depot. And you hear the door to the catwalk close. And you hear another door open. And Berto comes out the front door, the one that Orba and Erland snuck through.
Which is on the opposite side of where we went down.
Yes.
Okay.
And he's holding the rope. And he's walking slowly in the direction of the docks. And he's kind of holding the rope. And he looks up at the docks, looks at the rope again. And he's kind of headed in that direction. Graven, I think he knows it's not the rope from the docks.
We can't do. If we do anything, we'll alert him even more.
Fuck! And she takes out her hand and she holds onto a ring on her finger.
Shit.
And she says a quiet something and points to the 3rd floor of the building. And Orba hears a voice in her head. Get Erland and search the building for a key. Medium-sized, likely brass, could be on any floor. Get it and hide. Do it now. And her time it only lasts for like 6 seconds. You would know this. And it ends.
Copy that, Jillian. Do
And
it.
as you can kind of peek out the window, and you can see Berto sort of slowly working his way toward the dock. What are you doing during this time?
Orba's gonna crawl out from under the thing and go and get Erland, which direction did you say you went on?
I'm on the
Sorry.
south side. Right at the balcony.
Toward the camp?
No. So
Sorry.
like the balcony, I'm on the...
Okay, so that's still not like directly where Berto is like walking. I know his back's to us, but still.
Yeah.
West.
Right, okay,
He's
great.
walking
I just wanted to be
right
in
now,
case he like turned around. I was like up on the balcony. Okay, so I'm gonna go out to the balcony. Erland, get down now.
Can I see Berto from where I am?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's looking the other way?
He's walking in the other direction, yeah.
Great. Erland's gonna slide down off the roof.
Okay.
Jillian had to use the send message thing. We need to find a medium-sized key, most likely brass. We need to find it now and hide again.
Do you know what this key is?
No, I don't. I have no idea. We have to search now.
Okay,
I take the bottom floor.
I take the bottom floor. You take the 2nd floor.
Okay.
Okay. You're down. And you guys are watching, and as you can see the silhouettes of Erland and Orba like descend the stairs, and as that happens, he's kind of getting over to the dock. And now Berto kind of takes one end of the rope, and he kind of holds it, and he's looking at the rope that the other remaining boat is still attached to the dock with. And you see him kind of bend down on one knee, and he takes the rope.
Shit.
And he kind of holds them together. Okay, give me investigation checks, both of you.
Should we try and distract him again some way? Maybe I could create some light way down the river.
If he goes down into that cellar and finds things missing, it doesn't matter how long we distract him for. If he goes in there, we may have to kill him or lock him in there. Are you prepared to do that?
Yes.
Good.
10.
9.
9. Ruffling around. Open a few drawers. And you're moving around in the kitchen. You kind of some of the pots, looking at some of the things. There's a shelf up, and you kind of push a couple things aside. None of you find it. Now you can again redo and search again. Now you're risking. Berto has kind of finished looking at the ropes, and he looks like he might be turning back to return to the cabin. But you can attempt another search.
Anything, Erland?
No.
Do we need to switch spots and do another sweep?
Keep looking. That wastes time.
Is he coming back? Can I do it in a way that I'm like avoiding windows?
Give me a stealth check and an investigation check.
Stealth?
Yeah.
14. Investigation?
Oh, fuck, man.
11.
11. What are you doing, Orba, during this time? Same thing?
Yeah.
You're looking around
And trying to stay.
Give me a stealth check and an investigation.
Sorry, there's a lot of things. Stealth is a 6. Investigation? 22.
A few more things. You think to where you might have looked and not seen before, and think. And Orba kind of goes over in the direction of where the games were. And she goes over to, it looks like it's like a chessboard that folds in half. And opens up into the full board comes out. And you crack it open, and there's a key in there. And there's a little piece of parchment with a little piece of twine off of the end. You can't see what's written on it. It's kind of smudged and old, but it fits the description as far as you know to Jillian.
Okay, Orba's gonna take the key, put it in her pack, fold the chessboard up quickly, put it down, and then quickly run and grab Erland, back upstairs.
Erland's running back up the stairs.
And by now, Berto has turned back towards
Avoiding
the depot.
windows, sorry.
And he's sort of walking back, and he put the rope back that was attached to the boat. He's still carrying the rope that was brought up. He's walking towards the depot, and he's kind of thinking. And Jillian at this time draws an arrow.
Should we just try to go up behind him and tie him up?
Not yet, Graven.
Can I get... Does the third floor have a window? It does, yeah, where I could see them. Mm-hmm. Berto's in the house?
He's walking towards it.
Okay. I'm gonna go up against the wall where that window is and have the key out, but like kind of wait until I can like hear Berto coming back into the home.
Okay, he sort of gets...
We're up on the third floor?
Yeah.
Okay, so
and you can hear the door at the bottom.
We have been told to hide, Erland. As soon as I show Jillian that we have the key, we're hiding.
Erland's gonna sort of then go out that door to the place so he knows where to hide on the roof.
On the roof deck?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. You just...
Okay, so I hear the door?
I'm waiting for her to give me a signal.
Yep.
Okay. I hold the key up just for like a quick second and then put it back down and hope that she saw it.
And Jillian's, she's watching. Give me a perception check as well. I'll do Jillian notices.
20, dirty 20.
She had 19, so two of them. She looks through it, she hands you the spyglass really quick, and you give a look, and you see. And what are you doing after that?
I'm gonna go back under the bed.
Great.
With the potion.
Seeing her do that, closing the door, hopping back up on the roof to my spot.
Great. So, you hear some footsteps going up to the second floor. And you hear him kind of walking around. And based on the thumping, it seems like he's walking over to the side where the games are. Shit. And you hear him moving a few things around. And you hear at one point kind of a...
Oh. Oh, gosh.
Of course. Must have lifted upstairs. And you hear... up the stairs. Give me a stealth check.
Me?
Yep.
Just to like paint a proper picture, I'm assuming the headboard is like up against a wall, right?
Yes, it is. Yep.
I'm gonna try to get like as up against the wall as possible so that there's...
Sure. There's not a ton of room, but you do kind of scrunch.
Where's the catwalk guy at this point?
He hasn't noticed this activity going on. Yeah. He's walking. He went down. He's kind of coming back, but he's very far away at this point, on the other side.
Stealth is 13.
13. Comes up.
Potion.
And you hear him at one point. You hear him kind of fiddle with something, and then you hear a, and it sounds like he opens his trunk.
Oh god.
It's like moving things around a little bit. Fuck. You hear the trunk close. Goes over to his wardrobe. Couple things. And then you hear a voice. Beto! And the person on the catwalk has made it all the way across, close to the window. And Berto sort of hears that, and he goes down to the second floor, and you can't see this, but you see him kind of lean out the window a little bit.
We don't hear, we just see.
Yeah, you see this, and you can hear them. You alright? Looks like he gave it to you pretty good there. And Berto. Oh, it's nothing, you know. I should have used the flag, so. Alright. Well, we still need the report, so I have to make sure I get it from you before my shift changes. Oh, yeah, no problem. I'll finish it up right now. I was right in the middle of it. And you see the sentry turn around, start to walk the other way. And you can hear Berto. It sounds like he's pulled himself back into his desk and has begun writing on the report again.
Okay.
What are you guys doing this time?
I'm gonna scoot out from under this fucking bed again, and go sneak over to Erland. Erland, we may have bought just a little bit more time. I think we need to do one last sweep of whatever is happening at the camp, and then get ready to go.
Agreed. Erland's gonna slide down again.
Great.
Army crawl over to the camp and take a look.
Give me a perception check as we're a little time crunched.
Yeah.
Perception?
Yep.
14. What time is it right now as well-ish?
It's getting close to 6 now.
Great.
It's like 5:45, 5:50.
Just chilling.
Yeah. You see that a couple of laborers have begun bringing out lanterns. They come out of the barracks, or some of them are already out of the barracks. It seemed like they came out while you were doing other things. It seems like they're hanging them around the camp. They've hung. You saw a number of hooks, sort of sconces. They seem to be hanging them mostly near entrances. You see 2 lanterns hung near the. I'll bring up the big one. You see 2 lanterns hung near that southwest entrance. You see, it seems like there's another couple lanterns hung up near the pool room because you can see the light kind of coming out a little bit. And it seems like some more lanterns on the far entrance. couple along the barracks. So, generally where entrances are, they're hanging some lanterns. A man comes out of the northeast building, this one here, near the platforms, and he's wearing a blue arming hood. But this one seems to have a gold trim around the padded area below the neck. And he pushes his head back. He has the little hood sort of cushioning his face, and he peels it back off his head. Bless you. To reveal long, dirty blonde hair that's been pulled back in sort of a tight bun underneath the hood. And it seems like he's having a little chat with the Tiefling that's sitting there at his carriage. And that's all you see at this time. Unless you're sticking around longer.
I'm going to keep watching.
How long?
Until Orba tells me not to.
Yeah, Orba's stationed at the stairs. And as soon...
Oh my god.
Question. Mm-hmm. In regards to my minor alchemy, where I can transmute certain objects into other materials... I can't get a piece of wood to, look like a key and then shape it into brass, can I? Oh, wait, you know what? Can't even do brass. Never mind.
It says explicitly no brass.
Wood, stone, iron, copper, silver.
Yeah.
Says no brass.
Copper.
I was thinking of trying to make a duplicate, but I don't think that's...
He's got the rope and the key.
Berto's like, I'm losing my fucking mind.
I guess I'm gonna take a moment, make sure that Berto's still seated, and just go over to Erland really quickly. Erland, he was looking for the key. I don't know why Jillian needs this key, but I feel like the longer that we hang on to it, and the longer that we stall, we might need to go now.
She hasn't told us to get out yet.
You're right. Okay.
We have conceivably a safe route out, yes?
Which is?
The window if he's coming upstairs.
I understand. Okay. So if I hear him come back upstairs, we both jump out the window? Is that the plan?
I think we hide out here, and if he starts to come outside, then we jump out the window.
If he's starting to come out onto the balcony and we're jumping out the window, Featherfall slows it. Featherfall slows the fall. We're just going to be floating down.
Let me know if he comes up here.
And Erland's going to go back to watching.
Okay. Give me another perception check.
Oh no, buddy.
7.
You're sort of feeling the pressure of time. You take it out and you're kind of looking around, spotting. Nothing kind of catches your eyes as you're looking around the camp. I mean, it hasn't hit the hour yet where you know that something's maybe changed. Nothing else sort of immediately catches your attention.
It's still not quite 6 yet.
It has not. Yeah, it's getting very close now, but yeah, it has not quite hit 6 yet. And back out on the outside. Graven, it seems we just scraped by there.
For now.
I think it's time to call the troops in.
Do they know to come out at a certain time, or should we signal?
We have a signal.
Yes.
I think it's time to use it.
All right.
Set up the same thing again.
Yep. And you kind of wait. You wait for the sentinel to get to the operations depot, turn in the opposite direction.
And again, we can't see second floor guy.
You can see him in his... Yeah, when he's sitting at his desk, you can see the top of his head just over the windowsill. Okay. But it looks like he's looking down at the moment.
Okay.
Blue. Blue. Both of you give me perception checks. Since the light
in the opposite direction.
Yeah, the light can kind of hit the walls.
At 20, don't bother.
Oh, wow.
9.
He goes blind for a hot second.
So as you're Orba sort of, again, feeling the pressure of time, checking the stairs, checking the window, checking the catwalk, as she turns at one moment, immediately she catches it almost like right in her eye, the little blip of blue, and you see it.
Okay, Orba takes a moment of total exasperation, goes over to Erland. Erland, I got the light to leave. I got the blue light. She wishes us to leave.
Okay, Erland's going to take one last look out of the people, and as he's doing, he's going to say,
"All right, explain to me very slowly how we're getting out of here."
And he's going to take one last look while listening.
Okay. What are you explaining to him?
Orba's just staring at you, not looking at her. My one theory was jumping out the window, like I've said before. That's literally all I've got, Erland.
Which window?
Well, presumably his desk is facing help me paint the picture of where his desk is facing.
So his desk is facing the center of the room, which would be facing south.
God damn it, where's south? Hold on.
South is this way.
Okay.
And you're going this way
Right.
towards Jillian and Graven.
I think the only way that we can get out.
What the fuck is going on up there? Did you flash the light?
Yes, I did.
Try it again.
Do it again.
Oh, they're flashing the light again. Erland. We gotta go. We gotta jump out the window that's facing where they're going, and we have to do it so that the catwalk man is also not facing, because he will definitely see us.
There's no way from the outside of the building to climb down it?
Maybe you'd have to kind of let yourself down to the next open window, like one at a time. Theoretically, yes. That might be noisier, but yes.
Sure. All right.
Yes, it's definitely possible.
All right, so we're jumping out the west side then.
Sure.
Well, out of view of. All right, so come outside.
Okay, I
So
come
you're out
outside.
on the sort of roof deck there.
Erland's gonna give it one last look.
It's nothing this time.
Okay. There's
Very
still,
very
there's
little
still,
time has
They're
passed.
still talking though. The
Yep.
two guys are still talking. All right. I'm gonna put it away and carefully walk across.
The sentinel on the catwalk is walking the opposite direction at this moment.
Great, like, can I discern, like, how much
A little
longer
over
he has?
halfway, but
Okay.
it's long. I mean, he's not walking fast.
Alright, don't really
And that you can see them appear on the roof deck. I mean,
Okay. Orba's gonna get her crystal out, make sure she has everything, the key, all of her writing. Okay, over the balcony, yes? Let's set ourselves up.
I have to be close to you for this?
Not terribly, no.
All right.
Okay.
what the fuck are they doing? Flash the light again.
2,
1.
and we're gonna jump.
Cast feather fall.
And you start to drift down.
Gosh.
And your feet hit the ground.
And I want to immediately dart towards that first thing of cover.
Right.
Yep.
Both of you give me
Which
stealth
is
checks with
towards
advantage.
us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
just not that exact.
On top of you.
With advantage.
Yeah.
Catch us.
Thank God for that advantage. 13.
22.
Great. So you guys, as you're sort of drifting down, you take a look back and see him there in the window, and your feet hit the ground, and immediately go to the first rock, duck behind the first formation. And Jillian and Graven are kind of like another 20 feet.
All right. So then we keeping our heads low.
Dart to the next one. Good to see you again.
That went all right.
Are you alright?
Us as well.
Jillian looks pretty hurt, right?
Yeah, she's tended to her wounds a little bit in the time that she's been sitting there, but she looks like...
Were you attacked?
And again, they're both damp. Like, Jillian's
Yeah.
hair is clearly very wet.
Were you attacked?
Not by anybody from the camp, no.
Let's rendezvous, shall we?
All right.
Good to see you again. And she sort of pokes her head up, sees that no one's looking. And Jillian leads.
Oh my god.
You guys did it. Great success.
She leads Graven, Orba, and Erland back along the lake to the west. There's kind of a mix of exhilaration and apprehension, having successfully balanced on the razor's edge, scouting the camp right under the supervisor's nose, assembling the bridge right under the catwalk, and eager to plan the next steps under the cover of darkness. Jillian slows somewhat as she approaches the area where she believes that her marking was made. The noise of the waterfalls faded, and your footsteps all of a sudden feel very, very loud. You've been sort of listening to the rushing of the water, and now every move you make seems to be amplified, even though you know that's not the case. And while that's likely an exaggeration, the sound emanating, it's a sound that makes its way to the ears of Beezaura and Safira, crouched behind the next rocky outcropping and still sort of on edge at the possibility of more black lions emerging to reconnect with the first group. Give me perception checks, both.
Oh, not 20.
5.
Boom!
So we seem to balance each other out.
So Safira ever so slightly sort of ducks out for a second and catches sight of the three of them coming. The shapes are familiar. 4 of them coming. Yeah, sorry. Jillian's very small. Jillian died on that, that 20 feet that it's already
left her.
She just passes out.
Yes.
Well, everyone go to your homes. We'll figure it out.
And you see the 4 of them heading. You know that you recognize the shapes. You're aware that it's not any threats.
Beezaura.
Yeah.
They're coming. Thank God
And you hear
they're
the sort
coming.
of...
Finally.
And Jillian catches sight of both of you. Good to see you again.
You as well?
And she takes sort of a look around, sees that nothing in the immediate vicinity is a threat. Shall we hunker down for a moment?
Of course.
She sort of slides her bag off, puts it, sort of lays out her things. She kind of wrings her hair out once more, squeezes it as hard as she can.
Go for a swim.
And everyone kind of sits. Something like that, yes.
Is everyone all right? Yeah.
Yes, all right. Step one, a success then. Why don't we, say what we've learned, shall we?
Well,
Beezaura, Safira, we'll start with you.
As they start sharing, Orba's gonna start finishing up the notes that she didn't get to complete because everything was so bonkers.
we obtained what we went to seek out.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's the short version of the story. So,
It was only part of it, Safira.
yeah, so we found the gloves and there was a bear there in the cave that you told us to search. So we
She sort of sheepishly is like, well, you know.
So we dispatched with the bear,
Alright.
and then we heard black lions coming.
And she's at this, she sort of perks up. Black lions came, and what? What happened?
Well, on our way over to the cave, we spotted a small. It was 3 people, two people.
3 people.
3 people. 3 people
Workers of some kind?
carrying some sort of contraption.
Not black lions.
By the lake.
No,
Not black
not
lions,
black
but
lions. it
by
was
the
a-
lake, of course.
All right.
And we stared clear of them and made our way to the cave.
All right.
But on our way back, after killing the bear, getting the items we needed, we saw them again. And they were using some sort of contraption to, we think, pipe something into the lake or the ground.
Did this contraption look like the ones you've seen before?
Yes, it did. Very much like the ones we've seen before. And regrettably, I'm not 100% sure if the blue vapor that was in the chamber of this thing was being pumped into the ground or being extracted from it, but...
They were cranking it.
All right.
A certain amount of times, and...
Well, we found a note that said 30 cranks, and then signal when you're clear and vacate the area.
Does that mean anything to anyone? 30 cranks?
I mean, it was the number of times that they were cranking the
Sure.
machine.
You've
but
never seen that number before at any of these other places you've seen.
No, we've
number.
never seen cranks on the mechanisms
No,
before.
there was one with a lever, and then...
Erland's gonna pull out this piece of paper and kind of look at it and investigate. There's no any indication of 30.
Yeah, that's all that's on.
Did it look like this?
The top portion, yes.
So,
all right.
And as we saw them doing this, 3 black lions, 1 woman with bones around her neck,
A necromancer, I'm
be
sure.
willing to bet, yeah.
All right.
galloped up and said, "Trouble at the calluses."
Did they see you?
No.
Well, not at that moment, no.
Not at that particular moment, but they communicated with the people who were working at the camp. They seemed to expect some kind of assistance. I don't know why they would have that expectation or what kind of relationship the Black Lions really have. I mean, obviously they've been patrolling and helping in some capacity. I don't know what the relationship is, but...
I believe we got the impression from the Ridiran elves that there's been some kind of exchange, no? That
Right.
Myconid products have been given to the Black Lions. That makes them powerful enough to drive the Ridirans out of their home. I think we sort of surmised that at one point.
We can go into more detail about what the Tiefling and I saw, but there were black lions sort of acting as patrols, as muscle, if you will.
All
I
right.
see.
Maybe they wanted to recruit the other black lions they knew were here to help them in the calluses.
Well, I think we know what the trouble in the Calluses was. We had met the people who we think were going to create the trouble in the Calluses, so that's
Exactly.
that mystery solved.
Sure.
So are they pumping something into the lake or out of the lake?
I would wager that they're pumping something in.
Into
Why would you wager that?
Well, we found something else after we dispatched with the Black Lions who did see us because we may have attacked... Well, I may have attacked an undead bear.
So,
Long story short, I think I can transform into a bear now, but I'm not 100% sure.
really?
Yeah.
All right. Hold on.
We defeated the black lions.
Interesting, but
and
unrelated.
the bodies...
The bodies we dragged, we stripped
Over the
them. We
cave.
have Black Lion attire if we should need it. I thought
Alright.
it might be useful. And we left them in the cave. There was very little that we could have done other than that. I didn't want to do anything to bring any attention. I
No,
certainly
that's
wasn't
fine.
putting them in
These
the lake.
laborers, they didn't see you fighting with the Black Lions.
No.
They had already left.
All right.
And when we were concluding the battle, the bear, the spirit of the bear,
I think it's in my boat.
yes,
That's all very interesting, but
There was
why
a-
are we clear enough from
No,
wherever
there-
you were? Is
there
there going to be
was a-
some
there was
sort
a-
of explosion or?
And as we were leaving the
Could have
site,
been.
I stumbled upon a hatch where they seemed to be
It
putting
seemed to be the entrance
the
to an
vapor in,
underground.
but we did not open it in fear that it may
Trip, an
explode.
alarm spell, or possibly
Alright,
be
alright.
a bomb.
But we wanted to let you know that it is there in case we wanted to inspect it later.
How far from here is that?
Well, it's at the lake.
It's at the
We
lake.
would hear an explosion.
100
We
feet
would,
from the cave.
certainly an explosion that big, we would definitely hear.
They are trying to expand buildings up here. We can speak more on this in a moment, but I don't know what a pumping mechanism, and I don't know what that would have to do with any sort of expansion.
My best guess is that they were pumping mycodin into the ground and into the water.
What they were planning on doing that for, whether or not they were planning on blowing it up, or if that's some kind of preparation that they need to do to create, I don't know.
They were creating an atmosphere that's...
They were pumping it into the ground or into the water?
I don't think they know for sure.
The lake. We were careful not to look too carefully because we didn't want our heads to be out.
There were no other signs of guards or other activity around here. Just people came, pumped,
No, they
and
came
left.
with a wagon. It was very systematic.
wagon with
it
the
seems
canister.
like there was something that... I mean, it was clearly something they had done
Set up.
before. They
They
had
knew.
a clear set of instructions that they were following.
Some kind of experiment they've been doing, perhaps.
Must have
They
been
knew
sanctioned
to
by
come
the camp.
there,
It had to have
30
been.
cranks, and leave.
Not important enough to have guards.
Well,
Well,
no
there was
one's
three
out
of
there.
them.
There
I
was
mean,
three
there
of
were three
them.
of them.
Were they armed?
Didn't seem so.
Were they
Just
armed? I don't remember. I don't.
They were armored.
They were armored.
yeah. No distinctive clothing. One had the blue veil that we saw before,
But the
So
black-
definitely associated with the camp.
but the other two
Yes.
simple wear.
All right.
But
And the
there's
Black Lions knew that they had been there because they came to seek them out.
the necromancer, the woman, she seemed to be leading these black lions. She got very angry with one of these men. I thought it might come to blows over trouble in the Calluses, and she kept pointing and having the expectation that, I don't know, someone was
That they would help them.
But they would help.
I suppose.
Exactly.
It seems that their alliance is strong enough that they expect the help of the other if they're in trouble.
But not strong enough to
Was there a reason?
sway these three workers in any way.
Was there a reason the three workers refused?
I mean, it didn't seem like they... It didn't seem like they really had put any stock in her authority.
It seemed
If
like they
they
were there
had,
to
they
do
would
the
have been
job.
frightened by her.
and move
She
on.
was, frankly, frightening.
She was.
All right.
One more thing.
Please.
As we were making our way back to the meeting spot, we spotted another Black Lion who was
In dire straits, shall we say?
speaking in tongues that we couldn't recognize. He was a barbarian. And we did away with him.
All right. So 4 black lion bodies littered somewhere around the perimeter of the lake.
He did have a scroll on
he
him.
was already injured. I don't think that his death will look suspicious.
All right.
This is a note that we found on him. I can't read it, obviously, but...
Me neither.
I don't read barbarian.
Oh, yes, I'm capable. Yes. Permission to cast this ritually as to save spell slots since we are not. Wow, that was spell slots. Yes, let me try that again. Permission to take a moment and cast this.
Sure, we'll be here for a moment.
Okay, I'll put down my writing and start to ritually cast. Comprehend languages.
And you came here after that?
Yes.
Yeah.
He had crossbows in his legs. Seemed to be of that of the Lafafuyu.
Jillian kind of looks the two of you over. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Before we get to the meat of the operation, as it were, Graven and I spent the time assembling a bridge underneath the catwalk. We've tied ropes between the beams. So we're all going to be walking underneath the catwalk. That way we will not arouse any suspicion, won't be seen by the sentinels, hopefully not by the supervisor as well. Understood.
Yes.
All right. Lay it on us.
Well, the Tiefling did take rather detailed notes, so perhaps once she's done casting, we should begin. But do you have the map on you?
Yes,
that
you
would
take
be
it.
useful.
We'll use this one as the we've been in map mode for a long time. But
I can start with, I suppose, the basics, the sort of resting state of the camp, if you will. We arrived around noon. A few things were not on the map. There are 3 watchtowers around the ravine, with 3 black lion on horseback patrolling between the 3 guard towers.
yes, I mentioned these towers before. Yes, everyone remembers this.
When we arrived, people were sort of laborers were washing barrels in the lake, in the sort of dumping area of the waterfall. So we should be careful if we're coming out near there, because sometimes it seems like they used to clean sort of simple barrels. On top of each guard tower, a couple simple guards are present as well. And there are guards stationed at... Oh, I should mention, there's a barracks, and I was going to indicate where the barracks are. There's sort of a loading dock area as well. I believe those are the only things not present initially on the map. The living quarters seem to have stables of some sort. I couldn't see, but I did see horses come out from behind them.
Right.
Seems the laborers come in from the east side typically, and the guards and lab technicians typically come in from the left side. There are 3 entrances that I could see. 3 typical entrances I could see, all with 1 guard by them.
All right.
Everyone's going to indicate the 3 guards.
One there.
And then the loading area is over there. And this is perhaps where we should start consulting the Tiefling.
By all
She
means.
has a name, you know.
Sure.
All right. What is it, Orba?
Am I done? Ritually casting?
Yes, you are.
Great. Yes.
I've already filled them in on the sort of resting state of the camp when we arrived.
Okay.
I figured you took the detailed notes, so...
Yes, perhaps we should address this before
All right.
I'm no longer able to comprehend it. It says, Seer Hothbau, a name, demands the temporary recall of Black Lion protection to the Yard. Able-bodied warriors are to report to the Calluses in haste. Those of you marked for death, now is your time.
Black line protection at the Yard.
Hang on. Those of you marked for death, now is your time. Does that sound vaguely to you like they're planning on raising an army of the dead?
I mentioned this quite a while ago. Perhaps you don't remember when you captured a black lion alive at my rescue. Being marked for death is a sort of ritual that they perform that allows necromancers to keep an eye on certain members of the tribe. And that way, when they pass away, they can be raised again as fearsome undead warriors.
Yes.
The Black Lions need to receive this message.
So that they leave the camp.
Yes.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes. So, the question is, which one of us is putting on the costume and giving it to them?
Let's circle back to that.
Yes.
What else?
Okay. He went through all of the basics.
The resting state, yes.
Yes. There's really specific moments that I would like to address. If you would just give me 1 second as I look through my notes. It does appear that every so often when they change shifts for any of the stationed guards at any of the access points, they also send relief up to the catwalk, meaning that the catwalk, that ladder and chute down to the waterfall will have traffic on it during these times.
How often do they change these?
Let's take a look. They were relieved at 1 o'clock and then relieved once again at 4 o'clock.
All right,
So we could assume
perhaps
every 3
hours.
I don't know if that continues overnight, but
All right.
even if it seems like it's only one guard that comes up.
All right. You said there was other things of note?
Yes. Did you already mention the conversation that we overheard with Berto and the catwalk?
I mentioned nothing other than
Great.
the sort of resting state.
Okay. A guard came and chatted with the supervisor, Berto, about one of the shipments that was being taken out. It was being prepared throughout most of the time of us being there, starting at 3 o'clock. It was a large shipment. It's planning on going to Orange Chupa. And when questioned about the location and why, they said they think Brick Rock is a good location for this kind of thing. When further questioned as to why, he refused to give any more information, saying that he was not part of the primary register.
That's gotta be frustrating.
Also saying that the Gentle Void has good presence there, which I found strange because we weren't quite sure if the Gentle Void was involved with this camp in any ways. But it seems like it is at least involved in the distribution.
I think we could safely say that, yes.
Every hour or so, the watchtowers have a sort of flag system. We didn't learn all about the flag system, but every hour they pull out a white flag. Everyone, all 3 guard towers have a white flag, and they all use a spyglass and check individually.
An okay symbol of sorts.
Yes.
All's well. Yes.
There was also a red and blue flag. Don't know what they mean.
I would wager one Sparrow was being scolded for the rope falling down the waterfall. The man who was scolding him said, please use the non-emergency flag. I would imagine that is blue, but...
So one of them means there's an emergency, one of them means not an emergency, but we need help, and white means all's good.
But the Operations Depot white flag does not seem to be raised every hour. At least Berto wasn't doing so.
A less important building, I would imagine.
Yes, perhaps at the end of every day he raises the white flag to symbol that he's fine.
All right.
Pillars of smoke, of blue-tinted smoke, arise out of what we believe to be the electrolysis chamber. Every 15 minutes or so during the sort of starting...
15 minutes?
An opening in the roof, a chimney, what's there?
Yes, the inner circle on our maps is a chimney, a rather large, wide chimney.
All right.
Every 15 minutes or so, that continued until around 4:15 was when I saw the last puff of smoke.
Which is also when we saw 10 to 15 people exit the access point nearest to the electrolysis lab, all wearing blue arming hoods.
We should take a step back and say that it seems like the overall sort of functioning of the camp is... This is a little bit of supposition, but it seems as if the electrolysis chamber is creating something that is being shipped. We can perhaps assume that this is where the...
Extract related.
Related. So while that's occurring, the main movement on the outside is either every 3 hours guard shifting, or laborers at 2 p.m.-ish came out and started prepping that loading dock area.
Sure, for a shipment to go out.
Exactly. Initially prepared, and then horses came out, and they sort of prepped for merchants to sort of come in.
All right.
And then at somewhere between 3 and 4 p.m., 3 new Black Lion arrived, switched out with the other Black Lion patrolling, and those Black Lion come down to the loading docks.
To oversee the...
To oversee, yes.
All
This
right.
happened a little bit before... 4 horse-drawn carriages arrived from the east entrance, which is the main entrance to the camp, and pulled up, and they began loading crates, supplies onto it, filled.
Sure, yes.
So what I'm to assume is not only is there an access point in this area, but there might also be some kind of a larger docking system where they're able to get the crates out from the building and into carriages or sleds or horses easily.
One could feasibly assume, given its proximity to the electrolysis lab, that this area is for crating, shipping, putting everything in its place.
Yes. I would also like to point out from the time it traveled from here into the docks, no packages were being inspected in any kind of way for what was inside of them.
All right.
I should also mention, I suppose, that when the guards change shifts, it seems like there's some sort of secret pass code.
Yes.
They're holding within the right hand a spear, and they make the left hand sort of an L and put it across, or sort of a J, a swoosh, and put it across the left shoulder.
Everyone see that in case that comes up at some point?
Right hand spear, left hand
Over
swoosh.
your shoulder.
Sure.
I couldn't tell if there was any sort of verbal component to it as well, but
all right,
this at least happens, and they do it every time they switch. At around the 4 to 5 area, as the sort of carriages were being loaded, that's I think the Tiefling may have said this. The 10 to 15 people wearing the sort of blue arming hoods exited that building, and as we said, the 3 Black Lion were sort of
overseeing that process. This is where things get interesting.
Oh, well, by all means.
Before we
Make
get
it
into the
interesting.
really juicy bits, Erland, also, I got to read a note in Berto's personal, home, I suppose. It's said specifically this. Looks like things are going well, and they want to expand. Possibly the camp, the lake. They don't like to replace people if they've already got someone they can trust, so it seems you're going to be staying on as supervisor longer than planned. Sorry about that, but the money's good, right? So...
All right, related to the expansion?
Yes, and I saw some blueprints for structures on the other side of the lake.
All right.
Perhaps near where, I don't know exactly where you went, but...
All possible, yes, related. Yes.
Perhaps they're preparing the land for the expansion.
Yes,
And
for
it wasn't
another
being
portion of
planned
the
right
camp.
at the start of the camp.
So, at around 5 p.m., so this is nearing the end of our watch, 3 of the carriages were fully loaded up. One of the carriages with a... there was a Tiefling driver on the carriage. I didn't recognize him as anyone that we'd seen. The 4th carriage was mostly empty. The 3 carriages rode off with the Black Lions, sort of patrolling with them. The 1 carriage remained and stayed there. It was rather empty. Seemed like it was waiting for
Some sort of
something
special
else.
shipment.
Perhaps. And then there was a bit of a calm. And then, I don't quite understand all of this, but on the southern door by the stone bridge, a man appeared wearing a navy double-breasted jacket with a wide yellow sash, a dark cape.
The one who was out on the catwalk.
Yeah, you saw him.
You saw him, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Good.
We signaled to you to hide.
Right.
Unsure how much you were able to
All
see.
right, yes.
He appeared down by that bridge, looked into the river. He removed dark. Do they look like?
The ones
Erland
that
wants to look at the gloves. Can I see the
Very
gloves?
much like
Yeah.
that, yes.
They look. So he removed pairs of gloves. Do we know what these gloves are for? As
I
of yet.
imagine some kind of myconid processing, and they're clearly protective. If the material, if the extract is corrosive in any way, I imagine this would protect your skin from getting burned. That's why they have the metal loops at the end.
Or perhaps the extract is so strong and pure in the way that they are processing it, it could get into your skin or something like that.
Right.
It would-
It's possible too.
All possibilities,
But it's
yes.
thick leather.
Regardless, he removed these gloves and a cape, revealing a sort of beautiful scimitar. I don't know if that means anything to anyone. You of course, saw this man as well.
Yes.
But another guard arrived. There's a guard actually that came up with him, and they had a large sort of hook and pulled on that large rope that we saw out of the river by the stone basin.
And Julian and Graven kind of exchange a glance.
Oh.
One of yours.
While we were working on the bridge, one of the ropes might have...
Slipped away.
Yes.
Well, it seemed to only ruin Berto's day so far, so...
We also had
Regardless.
to use that sending stone because of it.
Well, we'll put that one on me for now. Just this person that he was with on the bridge and the jacketed man.
Mm-hmm.
There was also a third person who came up onto the catwalk. Do we know who that was?
The guard at the southernmost entrance.
So he vacates the entrance. If this camp boss comes up to the upper level, he goes with him.
In this particular instance, yes.
Possibly useful.
If we could put a blue or red flag up in this building, we could possibly have people.
Yes.
We don't know which ones for
Extraordinary.
emergencies and which ones for, kind of
Regard-
emergencies, but regardless, they'd likely
Either
come.
one.
Hopefully the red or the emergency flag doesn't just trigger some sort of
Yes.
dispelling of the wall of force and destroying the whole thing.
That's what I'd be worried about. We could always throw our friend Berto under the bus and toss something else in the river and not raise a flag.
It's true. I don't feel any
I
particular
feel like-
emotional connection to Berto.
I
Neither
feel like
do
that's
I.
actually probably better because that only gives us a small amount of time by the time they go and discuss with Berto that he was not the one to raise the flag and it was instead somebody who shouldn't have been raising the flag.
Good.
So the area that I presume we're going to be coming out of is rather open from what I could see. So I know we're doing this on a nightfall, but there's going to be a brief moment of time where we will be very open. There's not guards everywhere. They're really only at entrances, but...
Well, all of this boils down to what this conversation is really all about, which is how do we get in? So,
Do you want one last bit of information?
sure,
or is this
if you
quite
think it's
enough?
relevant.
I do believe
please.
the area that we presume had pools of water in it
All right.
had a glass ceiling partially, so I was able to see
3 to 4 workers were wearing spheres, right?
Yes, they were wearing some kind of a glass globe over their heads.
So how dangerous?
I presume they came up from the stairs that are present on the map.
There must be some way to get from the lower level to the upper
Yes,
level.
because we saw no action on the footbridge.
They waded into the water. Other laborers came in, scrubbed them sort of head to toe. Then they removed. They were wearing sort of a leather suit of some sort, and in addition to the gloves, and they scrubbed them down, stripped them, hung the clothes sort of on the sides, and then really meticulously cleaned the room.
So for those of us, and we'll get to that later, going down into the belly of the beast, as it were, I think those gloves are going to come in handy. It seems like whatever they're handling, they're worried about its effects on your skin, touching it, inhaling it. I don't know.
How many pairs did you get?
I believe I have 4.
Yeah, I think we just got
4.
All right.
I don't know another possible entryway into the camp. They eventually drained the pools of water, and water drained out. I couldn't see how large the sort of sewer system is, but water came out of that area, and then also around that time, a greenish-brown liquid came out of the area near the electrolysis lab.
All right.
It did appear to stain the river, possibly
Briefly.
making it, yes, a little more opaque.
All right.
There are lanterns around at night, so we have to be careful of entryways.
Hang on, they're flushing this stuff into the river?
Yes.
Or just the waste products. I can't imagine they're flushing pure Myconid extract
No, I
into
just
the
think
waste.
the waste products could, I don't know.
Have trace amounts.
We had to leave before the Tiefling had any sort of... But I did see... Do any of the arming hoods have gold trim, or just...
Not that I've seen thus far.
A man came out in a blue arming hood with sort of a gold trim and had a conversation with the Tiefling, but we had to leave
All right.
before.
Another high-ranking member of this camp, perhaps?
Perhaps.
So, to summarize, the practical access points seem to be a place just around here, the door here, as well as this one here, all 3 with guards on them. Impractical access points, possibly the 2 doors from the footbridge, as well as the drainage pipes.
I see one other one as well.
The chimney.
Yes.
Really?
I'm considering all options at the moment, and then we're open to discussion. The first thing that I'd like to say is that I think it's very important that we somehow get that note into the hands of one of these black lions. That theoretically should clear out some of the sentries watching the camp.
Yes.
Now, these people in the watchtowers that are actually, I didn't put them in, but the watchtowers that are around the camp, are they out on the balconies, or are they sitting inside and they come out to raise the flags?
They are sitting inside and they come out to raise the flags.
All right. So theoretically, if the Black Lions were somewhere else, there wouldn't be someone with excellent eyes on the whole camp the whole time.
I mean, we don't know how they would respond.
Of course, yes. I'm speaking theoretically.
Yes.
Sure.
All right. We have the possible idea of getting the camp boss, or whoever he is, up to the catwalk talking to Berto if we need to get someone away from that entrance. That's another possibility. Something that Graven and I have experimented with already. I have a few potions of water breathing. Now, these potions, in my mind, provided an excellent way out of the camp.
Mm-hmm.
An escape route. Jump in the river, swim as far as you can. They last for an hour, so you could get a good distance. However, we could use them to dive into the pool at the bottom of the waterfall, swim along the river, and possibly come out at this bridge that you're referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Or swim up to one of those waste pipes that you mentioned, expelling the liquid. Another possible entryway.
Are we all going together?
For now. The other possibility, and this relates to Safira and Beezaura, you weren't there when I mentioned this, I procured a traceless band, which allows us to sort of camouflage, and it works very well at nighttime. You have to be very close to me when I use it. If we were able to get onto the rooftops, presumably those are not lit by lanterns. Walk along the rooftops using the band, and the Black Lions hopefully have vacated at that point. We could walk along the roof and get either to this bridge or to the chimney at the electrolysis lab. That's another option. Any thoughts on any of those?
The What we don't know is population inside buildings, obviously.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we are not going to
Could
really have a good
perhaps
idea
be
of that.
a decent guess to say that if there's not smoke coming out of the electrolysis lab, that it's probably at the very least understaffed.
I think that's possible, yes.
Yes, and well, at least this building has a glass ceiling, so if we wanted to sneak in there, we'd be able to have a sense of who might be in there.
You mean coming down on the bridge?
On the footbridge.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, as you said, these helmeted, suited people have also left for the day, presumably. So if they came up from underground may also be understaffed at this moment.
Have you seen an electrolysis lab before, Julian?
Yes, but they're all a little different and never this organized.
Have they all had chimneys?
Yes.
Have the chimneys been able to be traversed through and exited out of once you're in the room?
Well, usually at the bottom of the chimney there's a sort of furnace, somewhere to burn excess waste.
I was going to say, I fear that there may be waste or gas or something coming
My
through.
concern is that it would be sealed if you went to try to go down it, and there's no way to actually get out into the room.
It's possible.
The room's awfully big, and the chimney seems awfully big, so
It's
yes, possible.
Yeah, but we'd hate to have someone jump down there and then get trapped in a furnace.
You could drop something down there first, a lit rock, something to that effect.
That would be wise.
I worry that the camp is not populous enough to simply disguise ourselves. I think that there's a decent chance. Based on that letter we found to Berto, it seems like people that work here for a decent amount of time. If I just slapped on an arming hood, I don't think I would go unnoticed.
No.
That may be true, yes. I think avoiding people is always option number one. It could be a fallback. You could always keep your back to them and hope that they don't spin you around. Again, we're talking emergencies, which is worth discussing, but plan A is being unnoticed at all.
My thought is that it would be best if we don't all use the same point of entry.
I agree.
Base our point of entry on the closest distance from entry to where you want people to be.
I suppose now is as good a time to tell you how we're breaking up. Safira, Erland and I, we're going underground. We're going to see what's in those pens. We're going to come back up. That leaves Beezaura, Graven, and Orba in the electrolysis lab. So, there's your points of entry.
Okay.
And I just want to make a correction. We have 8 pairs of gloves.
Excellent. So, more than enough.
Do we... So the people going into the electrolysis chamber, it seems like perhaps the chimney's the easiest route, but if we're going underground, we need to eventually go...
Underground?
Well, yes, but we're going to... The only access point that we can definitely say exists is in that sort of
room with the pool,
swimming
I agree.
Pool area.
Yes.
So maybe that narrows things for us. We either go up on the roof, make our way to this point. Erland, Safira, and I split off and go down, jump down onto the bridge, and enter into the pool area, which hopefully leads us downstairs. The others make their way over to the chimney and go down through there, or if we feel it's safer, they could jump down on the bridge as well and make their way through the interior of the building.
You don't like that order.
Unless you're curious about what's happening in the other hallways, I feel like prioritizing the electrolysis lab.
What's that ring you have?
Yes.
Is this the best time to use it? Because I think that we should all do that together then.
That's
to
what
get to the roof.
Yes.
Yes.
We would be getting up onto the roof and traversing a good bit of it all together under the effects of the ring.
Seems the safest.
The other option was to go through the river. The advantage to that is we don't necessarily have to use the ring. The disadvantage to that is unless we can hold our breath long enough, which is possible, we will have to use the potions of water breathing.
Can you think of a better time to use the ring?
In an emergency, walking our way through the halls.
The bridges...
It's not a one-time use, but it's only 2, so...
Choose them carefully.
Well, the bridge is a guaranteed access point. I don't know the size of the sewage system, though, and I would hate to use our potion of water breathing to try to use those, and then the sewage systems be small.
We could always get to around this point on the rooftops, see if we can get a gauge on how big the sewage pipes are, and you could either pivot to the pipes or the electrolysis lab itself.
You don't have any reason to believe that the doors on the bridge are locked, do you?
We didn't see anyone other than the man you saw use the doors.
Unless it's something very complex, we can always just break it and hope that Graven's there later to repair it.
The keys that you told us to retrieve, do you know what they're used for?
No, I don't.
Oh, what about my key?
Which key?
Takes out the brass one.
Ah, yes. That was for the cellar where we got the ropes to make the bridge. The idea of you taking it was so Berto would not find that he'd been robbed.
Ah, got it. So, I don't need this key.
No.
What's the note say?
Can I look at the key and take a closer look at the paper on it?
Oh, that's hanging off the end of it? It's smudged and all. You cannot read it.
Don't know.
How long does comprehend languages last?
Like an hour or something? Let me double check.
Do you want to see the keys just in case?
Sure.
I think Safira has them. Just show them to her. In case you run into any locked doors, you see the same pattern. And the one I have with a clover top.
Yes, we don't know what that goes to. And these keys, and she takes a look at them, they all seem the same. Possibly to doors inside the harvesting yard or cages somewhere, I'm not sure.
Are they all exactly the same? Sorry.
Yes, the
All
ones
the
up
ones
there.
that she has.
Not the one on Beezaura's neck, but
Mine has a
the other ones.
clover top.
These, yeah.
So we should divvy those keys up between at least the two groups.
Yes. How many?
There's 4.
2 each then.
Hold on to 2 and I'll take 2.
You all done extraordinarily well. I think that I will mull over our options. Most likely traveling across the roof for a small portion of time, and then jumping down via the chimney or the bridge. Everyone take a moment, rest, get your strength, and we leave as soon as the sun is all the way down. Yes?
Yes. Jillian, would you like to take a look at the notes in case we missed something?
Please.
I have the map, and then I have the times, and then I have footnotes.
And immediately Jillian she gives you all like a nod, appreciative nod of all the work that everyone's done, and she kind of goes over, sits next to her bag, and she starts to kind of just pour over the notes, kind of go through a number of things. So this is a short rest, all of your...
Is there a number of short rests you can take per long rest?
There isn't, but there has to be enough time. You can't just take back to back to back to back.
But there's not like you can't hit a...
Shit.
I asked because I'm like, fine, and if there's like a reason to not take a short rest...
No,
then I don't
there,
need to.
you
Okay.
can do it. There isn't.
Great.
Do I have to roll my dice?
If you want to heal, yeah.
Is your head time?
You hit dice plus your...
Constitutional.
Okay. I always forget.
Dummy. Dummy Goliath.
We don't get our
Where's the D10?
D10?
Yeah.
This comes back. These come back.
Alright, good roll.
There's a bit of frenetic energy in the camp as people try to calm themselves down. Everybody's kind of thinking, planning, scheming, going over all the possibilities. Is there anything anyone wants to do during this time besides heal your bit?
Come back to life.
In Giant, Orba, Graven's gonna come over to Orba and... Did he behave? You were alright? You felt safe, supported?
Yes.
Good.
Should I not have?
Just making sure.
He's very nice to me. I will go back to resting.
We're all sitting there, yeah?
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to have a private conversation without talking in a different language.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I actually
Comprehend languages doesn't mean speak languages,
No.
does it?
No.
Okay. So wait, did we hear her response?
He's very nice to me. Actually, that's true.
Yes.
That's when I use these. That's not
You could use that now, yeah.
Problem?
Does anyone recognize... And I want to describe... Was a tiger emblem on the...
Does anyone recognize, and I want to describe the tiger emblem that Berto had. Does anyone recognize that? Berto had a number of possessions with this sort of emblem.
I don't think so, no. I might have to get a better look at it.
Strange.
Do I recognize it?
You don't know.
It was in several places.
Oh, Jillian. And I'm going to take the kind of barbarian sword that has the hilt and pull it out. Does this mean anything to you?
Well, it looks like a ceremonial knife of some kind. It's possible that it was used when the barbarian was marked for death. They grant these weapons to signify their allegiance to a particular necromancer.
So by killing him, have I just given them another soldier in the army of the dead?
Well, they'd have to find his body.
Yeah. Can we
They're
use
connected
this?
in a spiritual sense, so it's possible that when you killed him, they wouldn't know his exact location, but they would know that he had fallen. I would think you can use it. I have no reason to think otherwise.
Okay. I'm going to kind of sheath it. And...
Sure.
How do we plan on getting the note to the Black Lion?
Well,
That's coming. Shall we all just take a moment? We'll revisit this. If you're sort of strategizing, it won't be resting.
Yeah.
You have to kind of take a moment to
I was
review
gonna.
that.
Yeah.
Her implication was that we pick this back up, just that take a moment, collect your thoughts, everybody sort of think about the camp and where you're at. And as Safira kind of puts the blade kind of back down into her bag, you notice that the bowstring on your bow is sort of alternating between slightly different shades of blue. It seems to kind of pulse back and forth. Kind of a deep ocean blue and then kind of greenish sort of turquoise. And as it does so, the bow feels as it's kind of trembling or vibrating. Almost imperceptible to the eye, but where the bowstring kind of meets the upper and lower limbs of the recurve, the sinew fibers begin to fray a little bit until they reach a point where it seems that the tension might kind of break the bow apart, but it doesn't. And the flashing blue kind of alternates back and forth faster and faster with this kind of hypnotic energy. It envelops your peripheral vision. And you start to see the shapes of a wolf and a bear dancing along the string of the bow with this sort of stop motion kind of effect, sort of a howl, and then the bear kind of gets up, and it seems like they're sort of call and response moving in these sort of stop motion kind of, as if you're flipping rapidly through the pages of a children's picture book. A roar, a howl, a swipe, a pounce, until the shapes, they get closer and closer, and it seems like they entangle with each other. And they seem kind of amorphous for a moment. They kind of meld. And then they appear, for a fleeting moment, in the shape of a young elven girl. And the girl kind of holds her hands up to create these like mock bear claws, and she kind of does like a play bear motion, gnashing her teeth, wide ear-to-ear smile. And then the shape returns to obscurity, and then splits once more into the wolf and bear shapes. The vibrations fade, the blue light dims, and your concentration's broken by a voice. Safira, you all right?
Yeah.
And Jillian points. Your bowstring looks frayed. Should see to that while we have a moment here.
You're right, I should. And I'm gonna kind of pick it up and I don't know, kind of fucking. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do with it.
And as you go to kind of work on the fibers, as you're sort of thinking, you feel this sort of understanding of the bow that you didn't have before.
Whoa.
Whoa!
Whoa. Whoa.
More things!
Whoa.
just kidding.
Kisses.
She just gives
I'm
it,
gives
it
cradling
a big
it like
hug. Just like,
Well, right now it kind of looks like you're repairing it a little bit.
Yeah.
So welcome to Safira's Build-A-Bear/Wolf
Oh
Workshop.
Shut
my
up.
god.
So now that the bow has been imbued
What?
with multiple essences of animals, let me explain
What?
how this works.
Okay, sorry, we'll come back.
I'm not even prepared.
So, you no longer have just the ability to transform via the bow into a wolf. Every animal that the bow is imbued with, every essence of an animal, is divided into 3 parts: the mind, the body, and the spirit. So you have in the bow right now the mind of the wolf, body of the wolf, spirit of the wolf, mind of the bear, body of the bear, spirit of the bear. Now, every time you take a short rest, you can change which ones the bow is imbued with.
Oh my
and you can only have one of each. So, for example, you could say, I want the mind of the wolf.
Oh my god, stop.
I want the body of the bear.
Oh my god.
And then I want, we'll say, the spirit of the bear as well. And they're color-coded, so you can't choose more than one of each. Now, when you do this, it affects the stats of the animal that you turn into.
Oh my god.
So it starts with a base amount here, and then you just go down the line. So it starts at 0, strength, +0, +3, +0. So this would be a...
+3.
Look at her little
Look, you get
kit.
a little pencil case.
A kit.
And you go along... Yeah, can this be... Yeah. So you sort of create the stats of the animal, and in addition, each one that you choose gives you different abilities. For example, one of these is the ability you're already familiar with, pack tactics, which is if an ally is next to a thing, you get advantage on that attack.
Right.
So you can mix and match different abilities and create, an animal based on the statistics that you've chosen. One other last piece of information to know is that the way the animal looks is determined by the mind and the body.
Okay.
So if you choose the mind of a wolf and the body of a bear, you are a bear with a wolf's head.
Yes.
The spirit has no effect on the appearance of the animal.
Oh, okay.
And another thing to note is if you choose the mind and the body that match, you will look like a regular animal. Okay. Like if you chose these two, you would look like a weird hybrid animal. But if you wanted to disguise yourself, you would need to pick two that match, so you would look like a standard wolf.
Animal, yeah.
We thought your ability was cool. Yours sucks now.
Yeah, you're just a plant. Like, what?
So at some point we'll take a time to look through these.
You should put it on the big thing.
Yeah, I will. One other thing. On the back, there's a lot of info. Don't be intimidated. This is all shit you already know. This is all the stuff that's on your little...
Okay.
So you no longer need the bow pieces of paper.
Okay.
It's all here.
Okay.
So it has, like, your attack, your stats, and then you make, and it's like, oh, I have +2 that, and, So you make the whole thing. And you can keep it the same or change it every time you take a short rest.
Okay. Every time you short rest?
Yes. But it can still only be used once per short rest as well. So I'll give you...
Short rest.
Over here.
That is the coolest.
Yeah.
That is...
Oh, man.
Wow.
Where's that little girl spirit in there?
I think that's
we'll put
you.
it for a second up on. So that's what it looks like.
That is so
Look at the
cool.
wolf head on her.
So then, like, the colors match. So you can see that this color is spirit, so it goes with the spirit.
Oh, cool.
So you can mix and match the animal as you see fit. So you'd be like, oh, it's cool. I want that wolf. And then I would like the body of the bear, which allows me to use this ability and explains the ability.
Multi-attack?
Yes.
Yeah, you got a bear, you got a bite and a swipe, right?
But with pack tactics? Holy shit.
That's true.
Yeah.
Some of the abilities do give you minus statistics to sort of balance it. So, it's like, if you choose a very offensive build, you'll be your AC is very low, your HP, so, it all sort of makes sense.
Right.
And there's an explanation on the box.
Wow.
Oh my god!
Presents!
It's like a little gift bag.
I'm so jealous right now.
So Safira has the ability to transform into different animals, different combinations of animals that you can look over.
Unbelievable.
Yay.
So she sort of, as she's tinkering with the bow, she sort of feels the energy, the bear and the wolf sort of swirling, and she can sort of sense what sort of strengths she can pull from different essences from the bow. As you're sort of restringing it, the color shifts a little bit as you kind of mix and match the abilities, and the bow string changes to different shades of blue. And eventually, the rest comes to an end. Some time has passed, everybody's short rested, you've reset all your things as far as...
Reset what?
As best I can.
Yeah.
And with the sun retreating behind distant peaks, the lanterns on the catwalk can easily be seen from a much, much greater distance. A pleasant glow sending streaks of dancing light across the choppy surface of the lake and guiding your eyes from left to right between the two structures bookending the waterfall. Their lit interiors looking like windows into the sky against the blue and black backdrop. Jillian sort of gathers everyone as the light fades. How's everyone feeling?
Well,
Ready.
It is my estimation that we are going to be using the rooftops and not the river. Is everyone all right with that?
Yes.
Leaving us the ability to escape via the river if necessary.
Yes.
How many potions of water breathing do you still have?
Well, I had one for everyone, but Graven and I have both used one. So 2 of us will be holding our breath. Preferably the 2 who feel they can do that the longest. And you guys would have an idea. It's your constitution modifier. So the people with the highest constitution modifier should be holding their breath. So Erland's holding his breath.
Yeah.
Erland just goes
Erland
under the
takes
water. He's like,
full
boom! Immediately drowns.
Floats.
So Jillian has the potions out. She's like, who's good at holding their breath? All right, you won't get one. All right,
mine's a 3.
Beezaura.
I have a 3.
What is yours?
Yeah.
Oh, so okay, so the 2 of you should be holding your breath. Yes, she gives one to Safira.
This
I
one's
wouldn't
fine.
mind one, thank you.
This one
She
or
keeps
this
one.
That one, but that's still the most.
Potion of water breathing?
Yes, potion
And
of
this
water
is
breath.
for getting from.
This is her theoretical way to get out. Yes, as soon as you jump in the river, take the potion, and swim your way as far as you can. You know, in a case of it, if there's a way to get out without an emergency exit, you could use that too. But that's just her emergency plan to get out.
I forgot that I made a replica of the blueprint that I saw on
Berto's desk?
Berto's desk. Yeah, I guess I can give that to Jillian.
Sure, yeah, and he explained sort of far side of the lake.
Right. I didn't know if there was anything specific on it because we never really saw something.
Is that trapdoor on the blueprint?
The blueprint was vaguer than that. It kind of just had building shapes and things like that.
Okay.
Great. So, Safira, Erland, and I think our best bet is to jump down onto the footbridge. For those of you who are going into the electrolysis lab, do you have a preference or a gut feeling about where you think you might want to enter from?
I am worried about that chimney.
About jumping down through the chimney?
Yes.
If we have time to test it, I think we should.
We should.
I will be able to, break our fall with my spell, but obviously that won't help if there is fire.
We don't have reason to believe that
that it's operational at this moment.
Yes.
Last we saw it was no longer operational.
All right, then that would be a priority, eh?
As I said, the admittedly smaller electrolysis labs that I've seen, there is a kind of furnace for burning waste. Now, if they're no longer smoke rising, perhaps that means they're no longer burning waste, but obviously I cannot guarantee that. You could aim for the chimney and then, if necessary, pivot to one of the
Yes.
waste routes.
I think that's a smart idea.
I suppose the last option would be to return to the bridge and then go through the interior of the building. You seemed as though you were worried about that approach.
It's just a longer distance in a more trafficked area.
We have no idea what's in that larger building.
Yes, I
And
agree.
you don't know what's in those hallways.
Again, I agree.
I do still have the invisibility potion if we feel like a certain party would be more in need.
If Jillian has the pass without a trace, then
I
Yes.
think that
I just mean
I think that we'll be all right. I think that you should hang on to it.
Yes, because I will be able to use the ring a second time with Safira and Erland nearby. So perhaps one of you, if you need to sneak into a room, sneak out of sight. So
Yes.
hang on to that.
Okay.
Does anyone need? Do we want to give anyone a attire, a black lion attire of any kind? If
How many of those do we have?
well,
I still have my veil that you grabbed for me.
yes, we've got
I think you took them all.
shin guards.
Did you take all of them?
ceremonial.
No. I think you have two sort of standard
I have
outfits.
them.
Yeah, we do.
And
I
then
have
some
two
of
outfits.
the right, and then some of the like bracers,
armors,
and,
yeah, I
from
have
the
some of that
I
necromancer.
have 4 pairs of the gloves and both 2 sets of black lion
Now,
outfits.
perhaps hold on to what you have, but we have no reason to believe that a black line should actually be in the interior of the
Inside.
building. So
no, this would be in order to get
Everyone, the note.
the note, yes.
yes.
That's our next obstacle. Do we have an idea of how to do that? My question is, how likely do we think the Black Lions are to check where this note came from? Do they care? If a note came flying down on the back of an arrow, are they going to investigate where that came from?
I don't know.
Do black lions use arrows?
Sure.
Then I think that's probably the safest.
shoot it down from above and hope that they notice it?
They are known to be hiding out above.
Well, it might be safer
watchtowers.
than at least if we ride up to deliver them a note, then it could be easily discovered that we're the wrong person, we don't have the right authority, we don't speak the language. I mean, there are a million things
You said that the
go
Black
wrong.
Lions show up at a particular time. If a fourth Black Lion, us in disguise, shows up and is noticed, I imagine that would draw suspicion from the camp.
That would raise some
Absolutely.
kind of alarm, yeah.
I think the arrow is probably the smartest.
Might be.
Is the camp recessed in the mountains, or is there like a hillside to get to the camp, or is that all just like
In
a
what way?
flat plain? Like any of this terrain here?
Yeah,
is-
that's all raised.
And in a way that it's like kind of just a sloping hill, or is it mountains with peaks and valleys?
It's like a steep hill. You could work your way up it slowly.
There's a paved path around it, though.
Yes,
Black line.
around
Yes,
the... But she
well-
means from the below
Okay.
to the... Yes.
I was going to suggest perhaps returning the note to your dead friend and just rolling him down the hill.
That's much more suspicious.
What if he just died on his way and fell down the hill?
He died by having his
My
throat
thought-
slit
I
his
forgot
way.
that his throat was cut.
My thought is also
don't think
a
it was
body is likely to be seen by someone who's not a Black Lion. If you shoot an arrow in the path of one of these sentries, perhaps they're the only one who notices
They
it.
are likely to then shoot their eyes back to where the arrow came from.
Well, hopefully we've
At that
ducked
point,
by
it is-
then.
Well, no,
No,
You
I
shoot
just
it a
mean,
little bit
seen.
ahead of where they're
do you
going.
run
A black
to
lion-
find? Do you run to find the messenger? That's the question.
No.
Do you,
I
you
don't think so.
A black lion, in haste, I believe, would shoot an arrow to communicate in this way.
Okay, then I think that's the best.
Unless
plan.
your arrows look nothing like a black lion
Well,
arrow.
and can I kind of pull one out of my quiver? And
Yeah,
like,
I mean, again,
like
yours are of
standard.
pretty good quality. I mean, if they took a good
Good
look,
look at
I mean,
it.
you're hoping that the content of the message is enough of
Alarming
is
enough.
enough of an
Yes.
emergency
Yeah.
that they,
That they
don't
get it
care
and just
where it
move
came from.
forward on it.
And then, so we're no longer trying to flush the guard out of the southernmost entrance.
I guess not.
I agree.
Unless we need to get out that way for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
If we need to get out that way, perhaps we could toss something in the river, and then when it catches his attention, make our way out that way and back up through the waterfall.
Mm-hmm.
Another possible escape option.
Where do we meet after splitting up?
Well, that's the next question. That depends greatly on how much it takes each of our teams to complete their task, as it were. I imagine after you take a look around the electrolysis lab, that will hopefully be all you need to know, unless you see an opportunistic time to take a look into an office, some kind of records, something that has information. I don't know where this camp boss keeps his things, but it could be close to the electrolysis lab, it could be close to the shipping chamber, I'm not sure. And I have no idea how long it will take us to get below. I think the plan is to complete your section of the mission and make your own escape, and then we plan a meeting spot well away from here.
Okay. And if something should go horribly wrong, is there any? I mean, I don't know how we plan.
Then it was lovely working with each other.
For fuck's sake. Your optimism is overwhelming.
Any thoughts?
If combat begins, the mission's failed.
Yeah. I
Yes.
know. I just.
So we escape.
Yes.
And then where do we meet?
The same meeting place that we meet if we escape while completing the mission.
Here?
This area here, between the bathhouse and the electrolysis lab, I imagine this is out of sight of a lot of the sort of lookouts. The walls here and the walls here sort of covering you, yes?
Yes.
If there's a way for you to get out and hang out somewhere along the ridge here, when we come back up from the stairs and into the pool room, maybe we could see you there.
Sure.
Maybe that could be plan A, and if you need to get out in haste, well, we'll see you later then.
Probably one of the quickest ways is to hop in the river.
Yes,
Yes.
and
Right,
meeting
yeah.
here still gives us the option of
To do that.
jumping in the
Getting in the
river if we
river.
need to.
Then perhaps plan B meeting spot is we follow the current of the river for, say, 1 hour, 2 hours?
Sure.
How far would be enough, do you think?
Does everyone think they can make it their way back to where our camp was?
Where the horses are?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a plan then.
Okay.
Would that be relatively obvious given that we would likely be exiting from the east, which is not how we came?
You mean finding it again?
Yes.
I think that you could follow the sort of general location of the ridge. Safira's well versed in the mountains, and Graven as well. I think they could find their way.
Mm-hmm. All right.
We have a plan then.
Seems that way.
You're all filling me with confidence. I'm kidding, of course. I have all of the confidence in you. And the most of all, I have confidence in Safira making this first shot.
Okay.
Is your bow restrung?
Yeah.
All right. Who has that note, by the way?
I believe you'll need this.
Yep, I will. So I'm gonna take it and being careful not to damage any of the message. I wanna stab it.
Okay.
First. And then
You can also take a little piece of twine to sort of tie it tight to the shaft of it.
That's smarter.
But you can punch it through and tie it just so it's really securely on there.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that.
wrap it in
Take
a little bit of
second
twine,
to
yeah.
wrap it, and then I'm gonna.
We're not there yet, but she's shooting.
I know. I'm gonna try to string up and kind of see
Catch the weight of it a little bit, test it out.
Yeah, and is there any chance of if I fight? Is there any chance of it they're not
Noticing?
No, not noticing, but is there any chance of there now that I've wrapped it around this, the note, is it obvious that there's a note on this arrow? Do you know what I mean?
In the sense of what you're worried that they're going to see an arrow but not see the note?
I'm worried that now that I did the thing with the twine, if I do this, you can't really see that, if it were flying through the air, you're not going to be able to see that there's a note on it.
It's definitely obvious there's something on the arrow if you got a good look at it. I think the plan is to sort of stick it somewhere in their sentry path. So
Okay.
I mean, it's again depending how good the shot is, it's definitely possible they don't see it.
Okay.
Depending on where it goes.
Shoot someone with it.
Alright.
Go to the calluses!
I'm just gonna put it back in my corner. Then.
Before we potentially get ourselves into all sorts of trouble, how are we on healing potions?
I still have one.
I still have one.
You used yours?
Yeah.
I have one.
I have one.
I have one left in my possession that I kept for
one as
myself.
well.
Good.
So 2
Each
each.
team has 2.
All right. Jillian starts to lead the group. And despite the illuminated walkway, the gaps between the slats are thin enough that it barely casts any light directly below the catwalk. The rope strung between the beams now indistinguishable from the water sort of flowing underneath them. And the supervisor, as you get closer, thoroughly shamed by the events of the day. He seems firmly entrenched on the second floor. He's not sitting at the desk, but he seems to be sort of walking, sort of checks something on the wall, put something down on his desk. He seems to be busy on the second floor. And if when you first saw him, the catwalk sentinels seemed to move at a leisurely pace, it's now a glacial one. Sort of in the dark of night, he shows no urgency whatsoever to make it to the end and back. He's sort of stopping frequently, kind of rests his spear against the side, and a couple times he kind of leans over, looks into the camp, gets back up, perhaps. He does this a number of times, just sort of gently making his way across the catwalk. And you approach, as always, with caution. But the darkness gives Jillian the confidence to kind of move quickly forward. And you find yourselves back at that sort of 4-ish foot ridge where Erland and Orba initially split from Graven and Jillian earlier today. A couple of you following Jillian's lead and sort of poking her head up above the rock to track any movement. The sentinel is making his way very slowly on his way to the depot. He's perhaps 3/4 of the way there. And when he turns back around, that's go time. We're going to take the same route that Graven and I did when we entered the cellar. We're going to loop around the south side and then move down the bank into the lake. Stay as low to the ground as you can. And when you reach the side of the building, you should be impossible to see unless the supervisor sticks his head out the window. Are we clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. When we get to the far side of the depot, take a look over the edge. See if that's a good place to take your shot. If not, the other option is to wait till we've gotten to the other side and take it there. Okay. That's up to you. She nods. She sort of waits there. She's sort of crouched, sort of by the edge of the ridge, sort of waiting. And you see the sentinel come, slowly. And he gets sort of all the way up to the depot, and he kind of looks up, sees the light coming out of the second floor where Berto's working, doesn't knock or anything. Slowly turns around, begins to make his way in the opposite direction. And Jillian gives you guys one last look, smiles, nods. You see Jillian go. Who's going next? What's the order here as you guys are?
This is going from
this ridge where you guys are to the operations depot, the south side of the operations depot.
I'll follow behind her.
Great. Safira. Who's next?
I'll go.
I'll go.
Goliath. I should go last. I'm small. I'm quicker.
Watch out for snakes.
Great.
And then Erland hops and goes.
Stealth checks, everybody.
Oh god.
I'm a diva.
Why?
15.
9.
Natural 1. 22.
19.
Make a way across.
Alright.
Oh. Remember, you do have that thing.
Yes. It's inspiration for those of you.
Yeah.
We're like pointing at a mystery off. You have that.
You have that thing.
This is
Only you can make the decision, and it's on a timer.
and this allows me to
Just re-roll. Yeah. As though it never happened.
I might need to do it now. Oh no.
It's very sad, I know.
It's so sad.
Worth it.
Whoa.
I held it for so long.
That one on a
roll
stealth?
better, roll
So
better.
I just
Come on,
gosh.
baby.
That was scary. That was not
Let me do a different guy.
No.
12.
Okay.
This is a...
That's not better
That's
than
more.
one.
I thought you were going to be
I know.
like 4.
It's basically an hour.
So, I think mine was the worst with 9.
9. So the group making their way across.
I didn't fall.
There's a little bit of rocks and dust being kicked up as you kind of move your way across. You get to the south side. You've made a little bit of noise, but again, as you get closer, the rushing of the waterfall becomes very loud. It covers your tracks a little bit. As far as you can tell, you haven't disturbed the sentinel or the supervisor.
Yeah.
And you move around to the back side. And now you guys can see what they were talking about, that cellar. There's a 2-door cellar. It's locked with a chain. And you get around to that side. Now you're on the east side facing the camp now. Safira, take a look.
Okay. And I'm gonna take a look.
Sure. So you get over. So now you kind of peek over the edge. And this is what you're able to sort of surmise as you're kind of looking over. This side, because it has 2 towers. Do I have that up there? I can even put it on the big. You can't see one of them.
Jumbotron.
Oh, they're both not going to fit in there. There's a tower there.
Okay.
There. I can't make it go.
There's a tower
Yes.
in this direction over
And
here.
there's supposed to be one in that thing over there.
Also here.
Such dedication.
There he
So,
is.
the decision that you have to make, because of the 2 towers here, 2 of the sentries kind of walk along this line.
Right.
So they're more likely to
Yeah,
see the
I
arrow.
have twice as much chance.
Yes. However, because there's also towers there, it's more likely that a non-black line barbarian also sees it. So that's the sort of determination you're making at this point. Because if you get to the other side, you obviously have the 1 tower option.
And we are currently on this side of the...
Yeah, you're... Yes. Yeah, you're on that side. Yep.
Yeah, but like...
But up high, yep.
Okay. So, if I fire this arrow between these 2 towers,
Yes.
I have twice as much chance that it's going to be seen, but the arrow could also be seen by, obviously, people in the camp, which is not what we want.
Yes.
But I think it might be worth the risk, because we definitely want them to see this note.
I trust you, Safira. Shoot your shot.
Okay.
Safira breathes. and she's sort of feeling the weight of it as before, as you were kind of aiming it up.
Yeah.
Find the spot. Give me an attack roll.
Come on. Let's go, girl.
Oh my god! Really? Fucking 10. Jesus Christ.
At least that modifier
That
is
modifier
out
is
of control.
ridiculous. I know.
What did she roll?
3.
Oh, wow.
The arrow goes out. And you kind of trace it. And you clear the first tower pretty easily.
Oh no, oh no.
But it kind of... It veers to the right a little bit, sort of taking the wind into account. And it kind of sticks into a rock on the right side. It's not super far away from the path that they're patrolling, but it's not right on it.
Shit.
What happened?
Not a good shot then.
No, it's still on the path. It's just not directly on it. It's on a rock. I mean, I'm sure that...
All right, what if we put another paper on an arrow and you shoot another one close to it?
With
Saying
what?
what?
Saying
Nothing, just to draw attention to the other one.
Do we even need a piece of paper? Would an arrow suffice?
I suppose.
Too conspicuous to light it.
A flame?
No,
Well, that's
light.
very conspicuous.
I would think that would be far too noticeable.
Right.
Maybe just give it another arrow, Safira.
Okay.
I'm gonna restring it. I'm pissed off now.
Give me an attack roll.
Okay.
Modifier.
Yeah, I know, 18.
Hate.
Okay.
I know, 18.
No, I know it's
what a
just no. That I'm
Modifier is
saying the modifier
preposterous.
is crazy
And the arrow.
stupid.
And it seems to hit its mark pretty well. Kind of sticks into the little sort of cobblestone path that they've made between these.
Okay.
Do we wait and see if they've noticed, or do we hope that they will and go?
No, I think we wait and see. I think it's important to know if they...
Jillian kind of looks up at them. All right. That could be any amount of time, but all right. Everyone, while we're waiting for that, we're about to walk through the water, and it gets quite deep at some point, so if you need to take your backpack and put it around your neck in a way that your belongings don't get wet, you should do that now.
As soon as she says backpack, Orba starts to sling it around.
Sort of like around your neck so it's on your head like a little
Yeah.
basket.
Jillian,
Yes.
do you think my belongings will definitely sink into the water?
If you try to walk along the riverbed, yes.
Graven?
Do you want me to hold your bag for you?
I think she wants you to hold more than just a bag.
If you could do me and the bag, that would be lovely.
Somebody who can see in the dark a little better can warn me if they see any snakes. I'll be happy to.
Thank you. Hop on.
Yeah, I'm 5 foot.
Erland or Orba leading them through the water.
How deep is the water?
It gets at its deepest probably just under 7 feet, 6.5 feet.
And
That's
also,
taller than I am.
Well,
Me too.
it's not so much that you could put your feet on the bottom with your bag on your head, and presumably the bag would be above water, no?
No, that's a foot and a half taller than me.
All right, well, you're going to have to hold the rope with one hand and hold your bag above, or just risk getting your things wet. Those are your options.
Okay.
Is it worth worrying that... I mean, you said that you saw some kind of waste product going into this water. Should we be careful not to swallow it?
It's much lower.
I think that was in the camp itself.
That was down below, yes. You said you saw some waste product.
No, but
potentially
they were
going in the
pumping
water.
it into the lake.
Yes,
I just
No,
mean
they
that the
will-
lake runs into the central water.
yes,
of
but that's
Orba.
the pumping that you saw. I saw pumping down below.
In the
I'm
river.
saying I'm just saying...
I think we're
That is a
okay.
problem that
Perhaps-
we cannot address at this moment.
Perhaps don't take any big gulps.
Yeah,
Just hold your breath.
that's all I was saying.
Give me a perception check as you're looking over the edge.
Yeah, 3.
Oh, brother, girl.
Well,
Sort of try to get
I
as
noticed
close as you
nothing.
can to the edge, and you can see the Black Line Riders, but the light is dim. There's light on the 2 sentry towers, but between that there isn't a lot in the way of light. The Black Lines are kind of just using those as focus points, and they're kind of riding along. It's very hard to tell at this moment. They're riding very slowly. It's hard to tell if they've noticed it at this point.
I'm not going to be able to see. I don't think we're going to be able to...
But look, we're just going to have to go.
We're going on this mission whether they see it or not. I think we should get going.
Yeah.
I agree.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right. And Jillian kind of puts her bag up. She kind of has it like around her neck. She ties it up here, so it's like sitting right on the back of her neck, kind of right above her shoulders.
Orba looks how Jillian's doing it and tries.
So You won't be able to see very well, but it's a rope, so, follow the rope.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's just it's in the water, right?
Yeah.
It's
The rope is just above the water line. Yeah, so you follow the rope and wade through the water.
I'm gonna hold onto my bag. I'll put you on my shoulders.
Got it.
You do so. And it's a little wobbly, but you've got her there. And Jillian goes first. And you can see her again react to the coldness of the water. She gets in. She holds onto the rope and she looks back at you guys. All right. Okay. She starts to go. Who's going? What's the order here?
Someone
I'm gonna
in
follow
front of
behind.
me,
I'm gonna
please.
follow behind her so
Okay.
that I can keep more
Great.
for the.
So Safira and then Graven with Beezaura.
Tiefling.
Thank you, Erland. I'll go. Can Orba shimmy on top of the rope?
Yes.
Yeah, Orba's
Your
gonna
feet
try
are
that.
not as secure, but
Yeah,
yes.
Orba's gonna try that method for
Where
a
it's
second.
kind of tucked under your arm a little bit, so you're like
Oh, I was thinking riding
literally
like
standing
a horse.
on it. Oh.
It's not like
In the
taut.
water.
It's somewhat taut, but as soon as you got to between two posts,
Yeah.
you'd be balancing, which you really wouldn't be able to do with the water moving.
Okay. Got it.
You see what I mean?
Not really, but that's okay. I'll do
Well-
whatever everybody else is doing.
No, you're trying to ride it between your legs.
Yeah, but have my belly be rubbing against the rope to be like this.
Right. The problem is if you don't have anything to steady yourself, you're just gonna go whoosh, like
Okay,
that.
got it. Okay, that's fine. So I'll have one of my arms slacked over it,
Sure.
so I'm kind of.
Sure, you do so. And you guys all feel the sort of frigid waters on your feet, sort of filling in your boots and up the legs, calves, up to your knees and your thighs. And you get deeper. And the water's moving pretty quickly.
Does the water smell like anything?
Give me a perception check.
Back to his smells, guys.
It's gonna be 6.
You never rolled that
Stuffing
well.
seaweed in his mouth.
Not as far as you can tell.
You seem like
They're all ahead of me. Erland's
You're
going last.
yeah.
I'm doing what Jillian did with this, and
Yep.
Erland wants to as it gets deeper, because it's going to be above his head at a certain point, just wants to open up his mouth a little bit and drink and take a little bit of the lake in.
Okay, you two said.
Does it
Oh my god.
taste like...
It doesn't,
You
as far
have
as you can
such
tell.
a problem.
It really. We're just
that
looking-
made me feel.
Drinking the lake, baby.
Someone looks back and he's like,
Nothing. I mean.
It was too deep. It was too deep.
I'm on top of Graven.
This is too deep. I got
What
it.
the heck is going on back there?
the water's quite loud. You hear it kind of flowing and pushing against you as you're moving. Everybody give me athletics checks. As you're moving into the deeper portions of the water.
Oh my god! Stop rolling that die.
Nat
Just
20.
stop it.
14.
Oh.
Oh, brother. 4.
I'm standing on top of Graven.
You guys are moving through. Who was the lowest? 4? Was that 3 was the lowest? What?
I know.
So, you guys can't really see this in the darkness. But at one point, Safira is moving along, and you feel the rope, which feels like, at first, because she's kind of right in front of you, it feels taut because she's holding onto it and you're holding onto it, and you feel the rope all of a sudden slacken a little bit. And Safira slips and starts to move
Can I try to reach
down a
back
little
on
bit.
the top?
You're too high. Yes.
I'm behind her. Can
Yep.
I try to grab Safira?
You're not close enough. She
Okay.
starts to move a little bit.
Okay.
Any other things?
Yeah, if she's moving towards the waterfall, I'm gonna cast Featherfall on her.
You cast Featherfall on her?
Yeah.
She slows. In addition, you feel something in your back leg. A piercing, sort of biting sensation. You look down and you see an arrow stuck in your leg, and you look at the top of it, and there's a little loop with a piece of string running to Jillian, who's holding the other end of the rope. You take 7 piercing damage. And Jillian's putting the bow back up on her back, and she's pulling you in, and you're sort of holding it on your leg, and the blood's flowing out of your leg, and you can feel the water kind of rushing up against your face, and you're trying to get your footing. Give me an athletics check.
Jillian is out.
Oh, that's cocked. That's
Cocked. That's cocked.
aggressively cocked.
Reroll. Yep. Reroll.
7. 7. Great. So you're trying to get your footing, and you're trying to do it in a way that you hold on to the piece of the arrow that's sticking your leg so it doesn't continue to pierce your flesh. But as it does so, you slip again, and you feel the arrow again. You take another 4 piercing damage as the arrow kind of rips into your skin.
Is she
and
anywhere
Jillian's
near
kind
at
of
this point that we can...
she's getting closer, so Jillian's kind of holding onto one of the beams, and she's reeling her in. And she's getting closer, and now you're close enough to kind of grab her. Give me an athletics check.
Am I still too high?
So Graven reaches out, and as he reaches, the weight of Beezaura kind of pulls him forward, and the two of them
Can I try as I go?
Give me an athletics check.
I'm gonna grab for Beezaura.
10.
10. Beezaura reaches out, claps onto Safira's hand, and the two of them are holding, and Graven's got Beezaura, and the 3 of them are all pulling their way, and the water's sort of fighting against you as you're pushing in, and that's where we're gonna end.
I'm gonna be on his shoulders all damn week.
All we had to do was go across the silver bridge.
So Jillian's behind all of
No, she's in front.
She was in front.
Jillian was in front?
She heard Safira kind of move, and she took out
Shot
her.
her.
Shot.
No, I know. Just
10 damage.
That was the only way she saw to keep you from falling over the. We will pick it up literally on the edge of the waterfall.
Oh my god. Well, at least you got waterfall.
That went to shit so fast.
So
How
fast.
do your things go to shit
So fast.
3.
I rolled a 3.
You need to stop.
What?
You
what?
need to stop.
What happened?
What are these nat
happened?
ones?
I was going across a rope bridge very effectively, and then my friend
Until my friend Beezaura and Graven were like,
I was just holding one heel and like walking along.
Y'all cocky motherfuckers. I swear to God.
That was almost Orba, so thank you.
That's true.
Orba would have died from that arrow.
it's just Orba's limbs.
Jillian pulls back a corpse.
Well, now we can bury her, I guess.
Like, ooh, let's let this one go. Oh.
I can't.
So you did save me, in a way.
Yeah, in a way, I did.
Next time Graven's
when she comes up for air,
everybody
you can thank her.
I'm still bleeding out of her leg.
Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Oh god. Hey, thank you Legends of Evantress for hosting also. You guys are the greatest. That's so
Yeah,
nice.
they rock. If you guys were in here and you haven't seen their stuff, Legends of Evantress is great.
Oh, what are you doing?
What are you doing? They told us the other day they had their like first player death in like 4 years or something.
And
in
it
their
was
campaign.
like two
of
died,
them in
right?
one
episode.
2 died. But then they were brought
That's
back to life,
spicy.
so it's all.
Oh, they
it's all
didn't
good.
die for like permo.
Yeah, Permo
Yeah,
died.
permo died.
Yeah.
Still though, that's spicy.
That is a lot.
We'll pick
Nothing
it
like our next episode.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
you know, this is...
She has featherfall. It's fine.
3 friends going over a waterfall.
So we'll pick it up there next week. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We'll be here at the same time, 7 o'clock Eastern time, Sunday next week.
Yep.
Any other
Don't forget to
closing?
set your clocks back on Saturday.
Oh yeah.
Is it
There's no spring forward, so set them forward.
Yes, forward.
spring?
Is it spring?
Yeah, technically.
Wow.
Well,
But it's daylight
just
savings next weekend?
Saturday night at 2 a.m.
Yeah, it's always like one of the first or second weeks of March.
So just
How
make
long
sure
have you been
everyone
on this
gets the
planet
time.
Earth?
They
Happens
changed
every
it
year.
at some point. You kids don't remember. It used to be.
Back in
Used to
my
be a different
day.
time.
Just make sure everyone
one of
tunes
the
in
Bushes
at the
did it.
correct
Who
time.
changed it?
Stop wagging that thing.
You kids don't know how to cross a road bridge. You don't know when daylight savings is.
All right. On that note,
Thank you guys for joining us. We'll
Thank
see you
you
next
so
week.
much.
Have a good night.
What
Night.
nonsense.
Oh,
Good night,
yeah,
everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah.